in society for improvement.
Back everywhere, AIBEA soldiers, AIBEA, AIBEA, AIBEA. The rising sun of dawn sky, AIBEA. The loving organization of bank employees, AIBEA, AIBEA,
बेंगलुरु की धरती पर फिर गूंजेगी ललकार, AIBEA के वीरों की सुन लो विजय पुकार। 80 वर्षों का गौरव और त्याग का इतिहास, बैंकिंग जगत के रक्षकों का टूट है विश्वास। AIBEA जिंदाबाद, बेंगलुरु सम्मेलन जिंदाबाद। AIBEA जिंदाबाद, बेंगलुरु सम्मेलन जिंदाबाद।
संचियालिस की वो मशाल आज भी जलती सीने में,
संगठन ही सिखाती है गौरव के साथ जीने में। निजीकरण के तूफानों को मिलकर हमें रोकना है, जनता के इस धन को लूट से हमें बचाना है। AIBEA जिंदाबाद, बेंगलुरु सम्मेलन जिंदाबाद। AIBEA जिंदाबाद, बेंगलुरु सम्मेलन संगणक और स्क्रीन के पीछे एक योद्धा का दिल धड़कता है।
हक की खातिर हर साथी अब अंगारों सा दहकता है।
5 दिनों की बैंकिंग का सपना अब सच करना है, इंकलाब का नारा देते बस आगे कदम बढ़ाना है। AIBEA जिंदाबाद, बेंगलुरु सम्मेलन जिंदाबाद। मशीनें बदलेंगी दुनिया पर, इंसाफ हम ही दिलाएंगे। बेंगलुरु के इस संगम से नई भारत लिख जाएंगे।
Comrades, we are commencing the inaugural public session of the conference. We request your cooperation till the end. First of all, I request our President, Comrade Rajan Nagar, to kindly come to the dais. Comrade Rajan Nagar. Comrade M.S. Srinivasan will honor. Now I have great pleasure in inviting the chairman of the reception committee, long-time friend and well-wisher of the AIBEA, Professor Babu Matthew, to kindly come to the dais. Comrade Jainath. Now it is my pleasure and honor to invite the inaugurator of this conference, the General Secretary of the All India Trade Union Congress, representing 1,47 workers in this country, our beloved comrade Amarjit Kaur, to come to the dais. Comrade Lalita Joshi. I am very happy that at our invitation, the Chief Executive of the Indian Bank Association, very senior experienced banker, Sri Atul Kumar Goyel, is here. I request him to come to the dais. Comrade Ram Babu. We have with us Comrade Rajesh Kumar, General Secretary, All India LIC Employees Federation. I request him to come to the dais. I request Comrade P.R. Mehta to come and honor him. We are very happy that we have Comrade Rupam Ray, General Secretary, All India Bank Officers Confederation. I request him to come to the dais. Comrade Partho Chanda will honor him. Now I request Comrade Sanjay Khan. Where is he? Huh? Gone out. Okay. Now I request Comrade Balaji, President, National Confederation of Bank Employees. He is here at our request. President of NCB, Comrade Balaji. Yeah. Comrade Ram Prakash will honor him. Now I invite Comrade Debasish Basu Chowri, General Secretary, BEFI, to come to the dais. Kemanachin. Balo. Comrade Tuljapurkar will honor. Now I request Comrade O.P. Sharma, General Secretary, InBeF. Has he come? He was to reach. O.P. Sharma? Okay, he will join. Hare, music. Now I have pleasure in inviting Comrade Manmohandas, General Secretary, NOBW. Comrade MP Singh will honor him. Comrade Ram Babu, kindly come to the dais. Lalita Joshi. Please sit down. Sit down. Ready? He is not coming, just now he is. Comrade, now Karnataka state anthem, so all of us have to stand up.
Hello.
भारत जननीय तनुजाते जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदिवन गणनाडे जय हे रस ऋषिगण वीणे भूदेविय मकुटದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದ್ರದ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನ ಅವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ದಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಶಂಕರ ರಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ರನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ ನಾರಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕವೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ತೈಲಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಡಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಕಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ವೀಣೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ ಕಾವೇರಿಯ ವರರಂಗ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಣ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನ ಉದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ರಾಮ ಗಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ದೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ
Comrades, no crowding there, please. Sit down. Baijai. Nobody should stand there, please. Comrades, the Honorable Labour Minister, Mr. Santosh Lad, he had agreed to come and participate. Day before yesterday, I also met him here. You are very happy to agree and come. But today afternoon, we were informed that he has been summoned to Tamil Nadu. You know, in Tamil Nadu now assembly elections are going on. So he has been sent to Tamil Nadu for electioneering. So now only in the lunchtime he telephoned, regretting his inability and conveying his good wishes to the conference. So we are missing him, but still we will go ahead. Now I would request Professor Babu Matthew, Chairman of the Recession Committee. His welcome address is already distributed, but he will speak now, welcoming all of us. I request Comrade Professor Babu Matthew to deliver his welcome address. Comrade Babu Matthew.
Thank you, Comrade C.H. Venkatachalam. I'm extremely happy to be in the midst of extremely important friends on the stage. I must begin by recognizing Comrade Rajan Nagar, President of All India Bank Employees Association. Similarly, we have in our midst Comrade Amarjit Kaur, General Secretary of the All India Trade Union Congress. And I think an unusual presence, a welcome presence, is Sri Atul Kumar Goyel, the Chief Executive of the Indian Banks Association. I say that specifically because it's nice to see who is on the opposite side of collective bargaining vis-à-vis All India Bank Employees Association. It is an indication of what the Indian banks can do in collaboration with the Indian trade union movement of bank workers. I must also specially mention that we have in our midst many other important guests whose names may be too long for me to mention at this stage. But let me begin by also remembering Pambis Kiristis from Cyprus, who is the General Secretary of the World Federation of Trade Union. It's always a great pleasure for us to be associated with the World Federation of Trade Union, which is the international contingent of the working class movement. Comrade C.H. Venkatachalam gave me a special opportunity, and that is my written speech is in your files. But in addition to that, he gave me permission to talk a few words on this occasion. I welcome that in a very special manner. Above all, I must point out that a conference of this nature, I think, is unprecedented. Even when we look at trade union conferences, the type of cultural innovations that we have witnessed through the electronic media, through the preparatory work, is extraordinary. It is such a bold relief compared to some film songs that are often played in such occasions. So my congratulations to the General Secretary and his team and the activists who have made this possible. It's difficult on a momentous occasion like this not to remember the greatness of India. And that greatness comes to us from the independence movement. It's from the overthrow of British imperialism that India became a democratic, secular republic, which is sanctified through the Constitution of India. That independence movement was a powerful movement, and it is the values of that independence movement which has given the content to the Constitution of India. I'm an old friend of a leading professor of constitutional law in India, Professor Upendra Bakshi. He is emeritus professor in Warwick University. He points out that there are 3 constitutions in the world which may be rightly described as transformative constitutions. And which are they? He recognizes the South African Constitution. Why? Because it is the product of a long anti-apartheid struggle. Then he remembers Brazil. Why? Because it is the product of a long anti-authoritarian movement. And then, of course, India. Because we are the product of a long independence struggle, more than 100 years. The longer the independence struggle, the greater the quality of the republic that is born thereafter. And so that is the Constitution of India. And we are all citizens who are completely dedicated to uphold the Constitution, notwithstanding winds to the contrary. These are passing winds. The foundation of the Constitution of India cannot be so easily shaken. And we must remember who brought this independence movement to fruition. It's the working class, the peasantry, the intelligentsia, the cultural activists, the literary figures, those who were engaged in theater, those who were in drama, those who were writing songs and poetry. It's a fantastic combination that made India. And so it is the India of that nature that we cherish. And therefore, on this occasion, I must begin by saying that today, unfortunately today, that India is under great threat. But that threat we must prepare to face. And that we must remember that there are important goals for us to achieve, to maintain, and that is, look at the war front. Look at the type of aggression that American imperialism and Zionist Israel has launched on Iran. But remember, friends, Iran has shown the strength of self-reliance, of disaggregated, of a process by which, you know, the power of Iranian army and the forces that are responsible for maintaining the independence of Iran, they have demonstrated in a fantastic manner that the strength of a people cannot be defeated even by the most powerful bombs. As a trade union, we must remember that is the type of inheritance that we have achieved. Today is a day on which there's a lot of song and dance about delimitation under conditions of unfairness. And that has been attempted to be covered up by talking about women's reservation. But as you know, friends, I think I must, on this occasion, get to my business, and that is, I come from the trade union. I have a long memory of trade unionism, and I have learnt a lot from the comrade who is sitting on the front row, Comrade Sundareshan. I learnt about the AIBEA from that veteran of the banking movement. And so I must mention to you that my special area is labor jurisprudence. I love labor jurisprudence. And I must therefore point out to you that today there is a great assault on labor jurisprudence in India. And that assault comes from the government of India's unreasonable measures. They have brought into force 4 labor codes. These 4 labor codes are arbitrarily introduced. The tradition in India from very long, whenever you're going to bring about a big change, then the Indian Labour Conference is called. That is what Dr. Ambedkar taught us. He said you must have the Indian Labour Conference to discuss important things. But the Indian Labour Conference was not called. And without the ILC, these 4 laws have been enacted. And I must say that these laws must be examined. And I'll try to do that very briefly because those are very elaborate laws. But on this occasion, I'll confine myself to just a few words about each of these. There are 4 labor codes. The first one is the Industrial Relations Code. The most negative feature of the Industrial Relations Code is that for the first time in the history of India, you can no longer have a legal strike. Any strike that you may get into will become illegal, and that is by virtue of new amendments to the Industrial Relations Code. As a result, you're not encouraging the development of India. You are giving birth to what is known as the wildcat strike. That's what you have witnessed in Haryana and Noida just 2 days ago. If you don't respect the rule of law, then there will be an explosion which will not be in the interests of the country. But I'm a professor of law, and so I shall be fair in order to mention to you that out of the entire 4 labor codes and all its sections, I welcome one provision. I repeat, I welcome one provision. What is that provision? It is to do with the compulsory recognition of trade unions. That's a very important provision in law. In 1947 itself, then Labour Minister moved an amendment to the Trade Union Act to introduce compulsory recognition. The law was passed, but it was not brought into force. Since then, that law has been put into cold shelf. Now, for very strange reasons which will require very elaborate research, and I'm not into that, happily, there is now a law which compels recognition of trade unions as a compulsory measure. And as a result, now collective bargaining is not a matter of choice. Every management will have to launch collective bargaining because the law says so. That's a welcome provision. But we must be careful. How will that recognition happen? It should be through the secret ballot method. That is not adequately clarified, and we must take note of it. I move on to the second code, the wage code. The wage code is a brilliant code in its own way, but they do a mischief, and that mischief is, for the first time, 2 types of wages are introduced. One is the minimum wage, and the other is the floor wage. The floor wage can be either an upward drag or a downward pull. And I must say this time, the intention is to make it a downward pull. Beware that in the days to come, there are indications in the publicity material of the government of India that they are trying to say that the minimum wage and the floor wage can be collapsed into each other. If you do so, the minimum wage and the market wage will be reduced further, and we shall never tolerate that kind of a provision. So that's a provision which we must take note of, accompanied with the repeal of scheduled employments, which again does great harm to the minimum wage fixation machinery. I jump from there into the Social Security Code. The Social Security Code gives us employees' provident fund, employees' state insurance, maternity benefit, gratuity, and compensation. So if you look at these 5 social security measures, they are outstanding. The ILO Convention 102 ratifies them. But do you know the reality? This is available only for 7% of the organized workers. 93% of the unorganized labor in India do not get any of these benefits. And therefore, the Social Security Code is a highly discriminatory code. And we cannot allow that to rule the country. But please take note of it on this occasion. I then move on to the OSH Code, the Occupational Safety and Health Code. In that code, they have repealed 13 important sectoral laws. Laws like Contract Labor Act, laws like Mine Workers Act, laws like BD Workers Act, laws like Mine Workers Act. I don't narrate all of them. But what does this mean? Important sectoral laws have been repealed, and therefore they are destroying the protection available under that head also. So this is about the 4 labor codes. I think as a working class movement, all of you must take note of the fact that these 4 labor codes are going to play havoc in the lives of the working class, and that is where AIBA has an important role to play. We often thought that the legislature will help us. We often thought the judiciary will help us. We often thought the executive can help us. But what is it that we witness? Historically, the legislature has helped the Indian working class. When the law relating to closure of industries was struck down, then the law was rewritten in Parliament, as a result of which that law exists even now. The Reserve Bank of India is fond of saying, sickness in India is a profitable business. And if you want to curb that profitable business, you must have a legislation which will tackle layoff, retrenchment, and closure. And that was achieved as a result of the Parliament's intervention before this regime came into existence. So, friends, you must notice that the judiciary on very many occasions helped us. Just now, the judiciary is attacking the working class again. And that they have done by challenging the definition of industry. I come from the city of Bangalore. And in Bangalore, we had a great labor lawyer by the name of M.C. Narasimhan. Many in the audience will know him. Narasimhan fought the BWSSB case in the Supreme Court. And Krishna Iyer was the judge of the Supreme Court. And he gave a judgment laying down what is known as a triple test. That triple test from 1978 has been binding till now. As a result of it, all workers are covered by that law, and you can raise a dispute and go to the court. And if the court orders your reinstatement, then you get full back wages, you get continuity of service, and you can make sure that you claim all the benefits that are due to you. Now the intention of the Supreme Court is not yet pronounced, but the indications are there. They have invoked the idea of a sovereign. And in the name of talking about a sovereign, they say anything which is associated with government activity. It may be a corporation, it may be a government hospital, and I dare say in future they will say Anganwadi workers are discharging sovereign functions. They will say that midday meal workers are discharging sovereign function. They'll say that ASHA workers are discharging sovereign function. So in that sense, labor law is under attack even from the Supreme Court of India. So it is in that context, our only refuge, the only organization that can help us is trade union organization. And in that trade union organization, organizations like the AIBA has an important role to play. I am never tired of saying AIBA is at the top of the trade union movement of India. Its organization is extraordinarily good. See the number of people who have come here as delegates. See the way in which this conference is organized. That speaks about the strength of the AIBA. I have no doubt that they will do marvelous things. Comrade Lenin used to say, be careful. Workers, you must not ask only for economic demands. AIBA asked for a political demand. Political in the sense of national development. And that was nationalize all the banks. And that demand was successful. So that is AIBA. And therefore, it's not just economic demands that AIBA has espoused. But beware, comrades, now the government does not like nationalized banks. They'll do everything in order to privatize them. And at that occasion, it is you, comrades of the AIBA, who will have to raise the banner along with other friends in the banking movement so that that can be successfully destroyed and India's sovereign, democratic, secular republic safeguarded. Thank you for your patient listening.
We are happy that our own AIBOA General Secretary, Comrade Sanjay Khan, is here. I request him to come to the dais. Comrade Shankar will honor him. We are also happy at our invitation. Comrade O.P. Sharma, General Secretary, Indian National Bank Employees Federation, INBEF, he has come. I request him to come to the dais. I request Comrade A.M. Pereira, Maxi Pereira, to honor him. Thank you. Morning I told you there are two comrades who are alive who attended our conference in 1959 in Bangalore. Morning I introduced to you Comrade Chandra Bose, 92 years, you saw him. Now we are happy, 97-year-old Comrade P.S. Sundaresan is sitting here. I will not ask him to come to the dais, it's very difficult for him. He is the senior most in the entire AIBEA family in our India now, Comrade Sundaresan. We are so happy that he is here. We convey the greetings and good wishes of all our comrades to Comrade Sundaresan. Before I request Comrade Amarjit Kaur to inaugurate, I will be requesting Sri Atul Goyel to greet us because he has to go back to Mumbai. Tomorrow there is a managing committee member of the IBA. Maybe they will decide to agree for 5-day banking, so why we should hold him? But हमको मालूम है वो नहीं होगा, कल नहीं होगा. And I must say that Atul Goyal ji, when we signed the 12th bipartite in 2004 March, he was the MD of the Punjab National Bank. He was also the chairman of the Indian Bank Association. Without any strike, 12th bipartite settlement and officers' wage revision was signed because of him. And subsequent meeting, suno. Subsequent meeting, Goyalji told that the 12th bipartite was signed in 2024 with effect from November 22. But he said the 13th bipartite settlement should be signed before October 2027. I only want to tell him, IBA boss is here. All the United Forum, we are here. Tomorrow also you can say we are ready to sign the settlement tomorrow, 13th bipartite. He has been a wonderful person and very well-meaning, experienced, always pro-employee, whatever possible within his limit. And that is why last time the settlement was so smooth. So we are very happy that we have Mr. Goyal with us. I would request him to greet our conference.
Thank you very much, CHVG. Very good afternoon to all. Because I was thinking I will tell you, the next bipart we will sign before the due date of the November 2027. Already Mr. Venkat Chalanji has already told. So what to say to you? Chaliye, rest? Yeah. Once again, very good afternoon to all. Comrade Amarjit Kaur, General Secretary of the All India Trade Union Congress, Sri C.H. Venkat Chalanji, General Secretary of the All India Bank Employee Association, Professor Babu Matthew, who is the Chairman of the Reception Committee, Comrade Rajesh Nagar, President of All India Bank Employee Association, Mr. M. Jainath, Secretary of the Reception Committee, as well as Mr. B.S. Ram Babu, who is the Secretary of the AIBEA, as well as Lalita Joshi ji, Joint Secretary, and recently Sanjay Khan ji has joined the dais, and all other dignitary on the dais. Rupam I know because he is the one of the secretary of the officer association, and so my greeting to all the member of the dais, and most important, all the member of the All India Bank Employee Association. Really, it is a very proud moment, great opportunity. Rather, it is an honor for me that I stand with all of you on this occasion of the 18th anniversary of the All India Bank Employee Association, as well as the 30th National Conference. I really thankful to the organization, especially Sri C.H. Venkat Chamanji, for inviting me to attend this event. Friends, you all are aware that it is the largest bank employee association of the country, and IBA is interacting with this association not only for the bipartite settlement, even the well-being or other service condition of the employees. It is recognized the oldest and the largest national trade union center of the bank employees in India, established to unite the workers, secure the fair remuneration, and improve the working condition of the employee. I take this opportunity to congratulate AIBEA on this milestone event. The gathering of the thousands of the delegates representing the bank union not only represent the heartbeat of the Indian banking sector, but also the collective spirit that has sustained it to the last 8 decades, because you are making your 80th anniversary as on date. I think one thing I have noticed for all of you, that the All India Bank Employee Association was formed in 1946, sometime in the April. Similarly, the IBA was also established in the 1946, sometime the September 1946. So it is a coincidence. The All India Bank Employee Association is celebrating the 80th anniversary. Similarly, the chief of the IBA, the Indian Bank Association, is also celebrating the 80th anniversary. And both these institutions have seen the transformation of the banking industries, even before the pre-dependence to the period of the nationalization, even after the banking sector reforms. And even as on date, we are witnessing both the IBA as well as the All India Bank Employee Association also witness for the digital transformation in the banking industries. In addition to this, most important, both the institutions have nurtured a relationship built on the dialogue, trust, as well as the mutual respect. In a developing country like ours, banks are more than the financial institutions. They are the lifeblood. They are the lifeblood of the economic progress of the country, as well as the social transformation. They mobilizing the saving, channel the invest and give the loan to the industries, whether it is a small, whether it is a large, thereby fulfilling their growth across the industries as well as the communities also. But this role goes beyond the numbers, all the balance sheet, and the main role of the banking industry is the inclusiveness, bringing the financial service to the last sector of the who are the weaker, underserved, and with the empowering the rural household and the enabling the millions of the citizens to participate in the growth of the country also. And the government is also seeing the 2047 Viksit Bharat, the main type of the service which has to provide it, that is the young, that the poor, and the women's, and the last is all the industries also. The workforce in the banking relationship, represented by the union and the association, is the center of this mission also. It is their dedication that ensures the banking remains the people-centric industries. Accessible employees are not just the custodian of the financial assets, but they are the partners of the national building, carrying forward the trust of the citizen and the creation of the community. Whatever the aspiration of the community, that has to be fulfilled. If you see the last 4 or 5 years, there is really a transformation in the banking industries. All the banks, whether it is a public sector bank, whether it is a private sector bank, whether the foreign bank, even the small finance bank or the payment bank also, all are doing very good in the last 4 or 5 years, and there is a tangible improvement in visible in all the parameters. I will take much time, but 2, 3, 4 parameters I will tell you. If you see the main role of the banking industry is to provide the credit. Credit growth in the last 4 or 5 years is in the range of the 13 to 14%. Some of the bank is providing 15%, some of the crossing the 20%, but it has increased whatever it used to be in the last 4 or 5 years back also. And the most important in the assets quality of the scheduled commercial bank, as I told you, all the banks are doing good. The data of the March 26 about to come, because yesterday the 3 private sector bank has declared their result. They are also showing the good result. In the December 2025, if you see the gross NPA of the banking industry was only 1.89. And you all are aware, because you are the pillar of all the banking force also. 10 to 12 years back, this data used to be 12%, 13%. So there is a great achievement of the asset quality of the banking industries. And credit goes to all of you. Credit goes to all of you. Similarly, the net NPA on the December 25 is the only 0.45. Only 0.45. And the PCR, the bank are making the provision for the assets quality. It is more than 90%. More than 90% in the banking industry. So only the some of the bank 95%, some of the 96%, and if you see the public sector bank, so normally it will be more than 95% also. So assets quality issue is not in the industry as on date also. And most important, earlier 10 to 15 years back, we used to talk about the capital. Every time we used to go to the government also for giving the capital, because most of the bank are showing the losses. They are in the red of the profitability also. So if you see the today the minimum capital requirement is the 11.5, 7%. Then 2% is the tier 2, 2.5 is the CCB. It comes to 11.5%. But as on date, the capital adequacy ratio of all the scheduled commercial bank December 2025 is 16.91%. So the balance sheet of all the bank is very healthy. Bank can give more loan to the industries, more loan to the general customer also. So there is no issue of the capital as on date also. And for the information to all of you, you all are aware, last year, even last year, all the public sector bank, They have gone to the market and they have raised the capital. Each and every bank has gone to the market. So it shows the capacity of the banking sector to raise the capital from the market, which used to be the bigger issue in the 10 years back. So this is a great achievement from the banking industry also. And if you see the profitability, 24-25, the profitability of the scheduled commercial bank was more than 4 trillion. More than 4 trillion, and out of 4 trillion, 1.75 trillion is only for the public sector banks. And if you see the first 3 quarters, from the June, September, and the December, this profitability of the first 3 quarters of the current financial year, it was 2.89 trillion as against the corresponding period of the 2.73 trillion in the last year. So I think my request to all of you, whatever I told you, whatever we have achieved in the last 4-5 years, without the support of the team sitting here, it was not possible. So my request to all of you, please make a big round of the applause for all the members of the All India Banks Employee Association also. Now I will tell you banking sector. We have already discussed the role of the association also. Now I will tell you whatever the initiative with the help of all the union united firm in last 4-5 years or 3-4 years which we have taken. The first initiative is the successful completion of the 12th by-part settlement, which just CHV has just told you also. This was due in the November 22, signed in the December 23, and the joint note was signed on the 8th of the March 2024. I am not taking any credit. CHV has told I was the chairman of the IBEA at that time also on account of him. It is a collective effort of the IBA as well as the United Firm and main role of the AIBEA also. And I told you that at the time of the joining, I have joined in the March 25. The first thing I have told all the United Front people also, although this last time also we have completed a very least time without any strike, etc. also, and it was the best among the whatever we have done in the past also. So the next settlement which are going to be due in the November 27, we will definitely, my aim is we will try to complete this 13th by-part settlement before November 27. But whatever I am telling you, it is my aim. It is my aim, and I told in the March 25 also, but I am telling you without the support of all the members of the United Fund, where the major role of the All India Bank Employee Association is also there, the Officer Association, they are sitting there, role is there. So it will be the collective effort, and we will try to start this negotiation at the beginning of the next calendar year, so that we should be in a position to complete. So another is the workforce governance and the fair practice. In February 2025, we have conveyed one of the seminar in by IBEA also, because there was an issue on the disciplinary proceeding also, because lot of complaints we were receiving from the member either with the employee association or the officer association. They are not getting the fair treatment. So we have thought it is a right time we should convey such type of the seminar, where we have called all the vigilance officer of the bank, we have called all the HR professionals of the bank also, even we have called the expert from the industrial relation. And after that we have made the SOP. So there should be a common process across all the industry also. So I think we are seeing the impact of this also. So definitely there will be a further improvement in the disciplinary proceeding also. The third is the employee welfare leave benefit also. You all are aware, earlier the leave encashment limit was the 240. Now it has increased to 255, even the other, like maternity leave, etc. also, usme the extension of the maternity leave, whether for the IVF as well as the adopted, this has also been added. And another, the 1 day leave in the 1 month also without any medical certificate. The another is the staff empowerment also. In the last buyback settlement, special allowance was also given to all the member of the employee association union also. And the empowerment means their power, etc. was also increased. They should also feel proud. My limit was this, now my limit has been increased to this. So it is a empowerment for the staff. For the another, there was an amendment under the PLI also. Earlier 5, 10, 15 days, then we have given the liberty to the bank's management also to make the, even for 6, 7, whatever the parameter is also been some relaxed. The most important is we are doing the group insurance policy. Group insurance medical policy on behalf of all the serving employee as well as on behalf of all the retirees also. So definitely, because the age of the retiree is more, the premium of the retirees was much more as compared to the serving employee also. On the request of the unions only, I should not take the credit, all the request of the unions, all the United Front also, we have discussed this matter. Now the minimum premium has been adopted for the serving as well as the retirees. So it means the retirees has got the benefit. Because earlier their premium was more and the serving key was less. So now it is equal, service has increased, the burden has been borne by the bank. So this is the another achievement also which I told you. Another is the enhancement of the family pension. Earlier there was a limit, 30% was the limit of the family pension, but there was a limit. So now without any limit, now the 30% pension is being given. The another is the national pension scheme contribution, because the member of the union and the association, they were not aware whatever their right in the NPS. Now it is the liberty of the members. They can choose. So we have given the clarification for that also. The another is the climate risk and the sustainable finance, because you all are aware the ESG is one of the great topic in the discussion in the banking industry. So there is a need to increase the knowledge level of the member of the association as well as the union. So now the certification course, etc. has been started. So the members of the unions are knowledgeable for this. The another is the industry-wise case study, because different banks are adopting their different type of so we have made a case study ki whatever the good thing is being done by the one bank can be implemented to the other bank also. So the first initiative was taken by the AIBEA, and this case study was done by the Union Bank of India. So more than 100, there was a sixth theme, more than 100 submission we have received. More than 100 submission we have received, and out of the 100, on this sixth theme, 18 was selected for the best in the out of 100, and the winner was given the prize also. And now we have made the compendium of all the 18 winning the competition. Then it is being published now, available on the AIBEA side, which is related to the innovation, the strategy for the operation, technology, as well as what we can do for the customer centric. The another is the leadership development program that is also with the IBA, with the association of the FSIB, this Financial Service Institution Bureau. We want to create the leader in the banking industries. So the bank is nominating their officer from their banks, 5, 6, 7, 8 they are representing, and this is the best leadership development program. The knowledge partner is the very renowned knowledge partner we are taking, and even during the course of their training, etc. also, they are going to the abroad, etc. also, to see whatever the development in the global. So this is the initiative from there is a long list of the IBA, if I will tell each and everything, I think Madam Amarjit will not get the time also. So I am concluding myself here. So I can assure you, देखिए, it is a collective effort. It is a collective effort of all the unions, association, as well as the IBA. So I can assure from this forum, कि whatever we will be in a position to do the best for the industry, we will do. Now, the 1 or 2 point, etc. also, the unions such as the All India Bank Employee Association have for 8 decades stood as the collective conscience of the banking workforce. They have consistently championed the right of the employees, safeguard their welfare, and ensured that the voice of the workforce is heard in every critical decision. At the same time, most important, this para is very important, at the same time, they have supported the broader vision of the banking industry, recognizing that the strength of the institution and the well-being of the employees are inseparable. So this is a very great thing with this All India Bank Employee Association. And lastly, the looking ahead, although I told you the role of the IBA, but the looking ahead, as we step into the future, the banking sector is always facing a continuous transformation. Digital innovation is reshaping the way customer interact, because now customer has become too much of the demanding. Their expiration has increased manifold. And because you, the employee, the member of this, the association, they are basically facing the customer, because you are on the front desk. With this financial institution demanding speed, the convenience and the personalized at levels never seen before. At the same time, sustainability mandate and the global ESG framework are redefining the responsibility of the banks, requiring the balanced profitability with environment and the social accountability. So now the more important for the today's discussion, the collaboration between the IBA and the All India Bank Employee Association must therefore continue to deepen, ensuring that our workforce is prepared, our institutions are resilient, and our system remains robust in the face of the changes. On this historic occasion, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to AIBA for 80 years of the committed service and leadership. May this conference inspire the commitment to our shared mission, building a strong economy, a vibrant nation in a banking sector that serves every citizen with excellence. And the last, I want to ensure as the chief of the IBA, whatever with the collective efforts of all the unions united for, we are open and we will try to best what we can do for the industry. Thank you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I request our beloved leader, Comrade Amarjit Kaur, General Secretary, All India Trade Union Congress, to address and inaugurate the 30th conference of the All India Bank Employees Association. Comrade Amarjit Kaur.
Comrade President of the meeting, Comrade Rajan, Chairperson of Reception Committee, Comrade Babu Matthew, your beloved General Secretary, Comrade CHV, and just now you were so attentive to listen to Atul ji from IBA. You wanted to know what is in store for you further. Lots of expectations. And all other leaders, dignitaries on the dais, and all my comrades, friends, media persons, सभी दोस्तों को सबसे पहले मेरा लाल सलाम। आपका 80 साल पूरे हो गए। You are an organization with a history of 80 years. Congratulations to you. Tomorrow you are going to have celebrations. I understand in this conference, vast majority of delegates are youngsters. That is the credibility of your 80-year-old organization. That also means one thing. More than the seniors, the young delegates should be more attentive to the conference. That is also what I want to say. Conference is not only getting together, enjoying a few days, listening to report and passing the report, adopting our accounts, electing new leadership, saying bye-bye and going. No. This is an opportunity for learning, advancing our knowledge base, understanding the challenges, not only to us in the banks, to whole of working class, to the farming community, to the common masses, to nation as such, to the world as such also, to the world humanity as such also. So these conferences, especially those which belong to AIBEA, belong to the units of AITUC, they need to utilize these opportunities to update themselves, upgrade themselves, substantiate their knowledge, advance their knowledge. That's why I would like to say certain things in this inaugural address and seek your indulgence, seek your attendance. मैं चाहती हूँ कि सभी डेलीगेट्स सीख करके, कुछ नया जान करके एक दूसरे से भी, आई डोंट मीन टू से कि डायस बहुत मैच्योर्ड है और आपको सिखाएंगे। इस डायस से भी ज़्यादा मैच्योर्ड यहाँ भी हैं साथी, वहाँ भी बैठे हैं, और जो फील्ड में काम करते हैं उनके बिना डायस पे बैठा लीडर लीडर नहीं होता। लीडर्स की स्ट्रेंथ आप हैं जो नीचे काम करते हैं, जो यूनिट्स को लीड करते हैं, जो मैसेज में जाते हैं, जो हर एक्शन प्रोग्राम को जो डिसाइड हुआ है उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए नीचे जाते हैं। ताकत वहाँ है। अगर वहाँ ताकत नहीं है तो यहाँ ताकत नहीं है। This has to be understood by us. And that is what union means. And that is what our conferences should result into. अभी हम क्या देख रहे हैं? 5-6 दिन पहले हालात ये थे कि लग रहा था कि शायद न्यूक्लियर बॉम्ब गिरने वाले हैं, क्योंकि कहा गया था कि सभ्यता का विनाश करने वाले हैं, ईरानी सभ्यता का। 2 दिन पहले तक लग रहा था एक राउंड टॉक्स हो गया है, अब नेक्स्ट राउंड होने वाला है, पीस हो जाएगी। कल से क्या है, आज सुबह क्या है, दोबारा युद्ध शुरू हो जाएगा। ऑल दिस कंसर्न्स अस। जब से ईरान के ऊपर हमला हुआ, हालात बिगड़े, उसके बाद से एनर्जी क्राइसिस दुनिया में शुरू हो गया। और हमारे यहाँ आप तो नहीं भागे काम छोड़ के, लेकिन हमारा ऑर्डिनरी वर्कर जिसकी रोजी रोटी ठप हो गई, छोटे होटल बंद हो गए, माइक्रो इंडस्ट्री क्लोज होनी शुरू हो गई, जो छोटे से आउटफिट में 3 किलो का सिलेंडर रख के लोगों को खाना खिलाता था, वो भी अपनी रेहड़ी पटरी बंद करके चला गया, उसका मुलाजिम भी चला गया। ये सब कुछ हुआ हमारे देश में। लंबी लंबी लाइनें भी लगी गैस की, इसलिए एवरी डे, एवरी मिनट things are changing, and when these things change any part of the world, it has impact on every part of the world. This has to be understood by us. इसलिए जो क्राइसिस है दुनिया में है, देश में है, दुनिया में आर्थिक संकट है, हमारे यहाँ इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस बढ़ रहा है. Things are in relative term. We have to understand. So these are the times for us to be proud of. We Indians were always known for peace, not for war. We Indians were always known for no injustices to be done to any part of the world, to the people of any country. We were proud Indians to stand for the sovereignty of every country. And that has been our history, because we ourselves fought for our independence for more than 100 years. हमारे देश के लोगों ने बहुत कुर्बानियां दी, बहुत जुल्म और तशद्दुद सहा, बहुत लोग कुर्बान हुए. हमारे यंगस्टर्स फांसियों के तख्तों पे लटक गए, काला पानी की सजाएं हुई, मोटे मोटे लोहे के रस्से, यहाँ भी पैरों में भी बेड़ियां, ये सब हमारे देश के देशभक्तों ने सहा. हमारा देश आज़ाद हुआ. हमारा देश दुनिया की हर आज़ादी को पसंद करने वाली जनता के साथ था, उन मुल्कों के साथ था जो अपनी आज़ादी की हिफाजत करना चाहते हैं, अपनी सॉवरेंटी को बचाना चाहते हैं, अपने देश को पीसफुल तरीके से डेवलप करना चाहते हैं, अपने देश के लोगों की समस्याओं से हल निकालना चाहते हैं ताकि आवाम खुश रहे, जनता खुश रहे. ये हमारा इतिहास रहा है. हम कभी भी दुनिया पे युद्ध थोपने वाले और सभ्यताओं को एनिहिलेट करने की धमकी देने वालों के साथ नहीं थे. लेकिन क्या आज हम कह सकते हैं कि हम मिस्टर ट्रंप के साथ नहीं हैं? हम नहीं हैं जो यहाँ इस हॉल में बैठे. मैं बात कर रही हूँ, हमारी हुकूमतों ने क्या इमेज बना दिया है हमारी देश का. दुनिया ने तय तो नहीं किया ना कि दुनिया का जो थानेदार है, पुलिसमैन है, वो मिस्टर ट्रंप होगा. नोवेयर इट इज डिसाइडेड. पूरे यूएन सिस्टम को तो रिडंडेंट बना के रखा हुआ है. तो वेयर इट वाज डिसाइडेड दैट मिस्टर ट्रंप विल डिसाइड, एंड वन नाइट he will go and get the elected president and his wife out of their bedroom and take to America, filing a case in America against an elected president of another sovereign country. For what? Not for the reason which Mr. Trump said. It was for the reason of oil of Venezuela. पूरी दुनिया का जो ऑयल रिजर्व है, 20% alone is in Venezuela. तो अब ईरान में क्या न्यूक्लियर बम को रोकने के लिए गए ये? वो तो लास्ट ईयर ही जो उनकी न्यूक्लियर एक्सप्लोरेशन की फैसिलिटीज हैं, पिछले साल जो हमला किया था, काफी हिस्सा तो उसका बर्बाद कर दिया उन्होंने. इंटरनेशनल एटॉमिक एनर्जी की जो एजेंसी है उसने बताया कि इनकी कैपेसिटी बॉम्ब बनाने तक पहुंची ही नहीं है. इनकी जो न्यूक्लियर कार्यक्रम है वो 60% की कैपेसिटी तक आया है. Until you reach 90%, you cannot make a nuclear bomb. And nowhere Iran said कि हम बनाएंगे ही. On the table they always promise हमारा peaceful purposes के लिए. और बातचीत के दौरान ईरान पे हमला हुआ था. इस बार भी बातचीत चल रही थी. उस बातचीत के दौरान अमेरिकन साइड, ईरानियन साइड एंड दोज हु वर इंटरलोक्यूटर्स, उनकी प्रेजेंस में ये हुआ. वेरी गुड टॉक्स आर गोइंग ऑन. मे बी इन अदर 2-3 राउंड्स एग्रीमेंट विल अराइव. एंड देन सडनली this war happens? Because Iran also has much of oil, and that area has much of oil, and there are so many natural resources, gold, zinc, and others over there. So what is this war about? This war is about controlling the natural resources of other countries. This war is about controlling the markets and businesses of other countries. This war is once again to recolonize different parts of the world. So as trade union, we have to understand, we belong to working class, हम मजदूर वर्ग हैं, जो धन पैदा करते हैं, जो सर्विसेज देते हैं, जो एक्सप्लोरेशन करते हैं, जो एक्सकेवेशन करते हैं, धरती का सीना चीर करके नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज बाहर निकालते हैं, उसका आवागमन करते हैं, उस नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज से मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होता है, और आप और हम हर चीज सुबह उठने से लेके रात को सोने तक जो इस्तेमाल करते हैं, हरे मजदूरों के हाथ से वैल्यू एडिशन होके हम लोगों के पास पहुंचता है। वो मजदूर गांव का कि शहर का, संगठित क्षेत्र का कि असंगठित क्षेत्र का, वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर का कि सर्विस सेक्टर का, उन्हीं की वजह से कोई भी समाज, कोई भी देश, कोई भी मुल्क चलता है। वो ही उस देश की असली धड़कन होते हैं। उनको बंद किया जाए तो देश की धड़कन बंद होती है। लेकिन क्या इसकी समझ हुक्मरानों को रहती है कि वो इन्हीं सेक्शंस को दबाने के लिए तैयार हो जाते हैं? अभी सुना ना, बाबू मैथ्यू यहाँ आपको बता रहे थे लेबर कोड्स के बारे में, रूल्स के बारे में, कंडीशंस के बारे में, क्या क्या उसमें रखा है। सो व्हाट आई वांट टू से कि पहले तो आप इलेक्टेड प्रेसिडेंट को उठा के ले जाएंगे, फिर आप अच्छी भली पीसफुल टॉक चल रही है और हमला थोप देंगे, और आप इजराइल के कंधों पे रख के लड़ाई कर रहे हैं कि इजराइल आपको लड़ाई के अंदर घुसा रहा है, कि दोनों की अंडरस्टैंडिंग क्लियर है अमेरिका की और इजराइल के। वन डजंट नो। जहां गाजा पट्टी में इजराइल ने 65-70 हजार के आसपास लोगों को एनिहिलेट किया, उनमें से 20,000 बच्चे थे। और ईरान के ऊपर हमला भी सिमुली देख लीजिए, पहले ही रोज केवल आयतुल्लाह खमेनी ही नहीं मारे गए, उनके परिवार के कुछ सदस्य भी जो उनके सुप्रीमो लीडर थे। पहले ही दिन बॉम्ब एक स्कूल के ऊपर गिरा था जिसमें 170 से ज्यादा बच्चियां मारी गई। ये किस बात के लिए युद्ध है फिर? If you kill children, if you kill women, if you kill worker, if you kill ordinary people, and you destroy whole infrastructure of a country, what for is this war? That's why I want to tell, especially the youngsters, those who are seasoned trade unionists, they know it. They have been listening to the trade union leaders earlier also, earlier wars and conflict situations also. But the young ones who have come, they have to understand, trade unionism is not only plus and minus. It's not only our wage agreements. It is not only what more perks we will have. Yes, it has too much to do, no privatization. It has too much to do, no outsourcing. It has too much to do, more employment to be generated. But above all, more than all this is nation building, defending sovereignty, defending democratic rights, defending secular values, defending the constitution which was given to us by the freedom fighters. That is what it means. And this, especially the AIBEA people, have to understand better. इस देश की ट्रेड यूनियन मूवमेंट जो डेवलप हुई 19th century onwards in 20th century, and ultimately several unions formed all over India, and finally one first trade union center founded in India with Lala Lajpat Rai as its founding president, with preparations made before his death by great another freedom fighter, Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Conference being held in Bombay. And not only that, when Simon Commission came to India, all Indians in rural and urban parts were on streets. Simon Commission, go back. At that time, president of AITUC was Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru himself. When very next year, AITUC, which had continuously demanding that this political platform of the freedom movement should adopt a complete independence slogan, which was adopted by AITUC in its second conference in Jharia. 1921 में झरिया में आपको क्रेडिट है. You don't belong only to banking sector, you belong to trade union movement at large, not only of India. Your General Secretary CHV is heading the Finance Commission of World Federation Trade Union. You are part of international trade union movement also. So you have to understand that it was the trade union movement which first gave a slogan of complete independence from British Raj. And that was in 1921. And then onwards, AITUC mobilized large number of workers from all over India in front of every session of Indian National Congress, because that was the political platform to fight British colonial rule. And every time they demanded, कब पास करोगे? हम तो ट्रेड यूनियन हैं, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी नहीं है, लेकिन हम नॉन पॉलिटिकल नहीं हैं. जो नेशन के लिए बेस्ट है, जो वर्किंग पॉपुलेशन के लिए बेस्ट है, उसके लिए जो भी अपनाना पड़े हम लड़ेंगे. वो हमारी पॉलिटिक्स है. अगर हम वेल्थ प्रोड्यूसर हैं, हमारा वेल्थ में शेयर कहाँ है, वो हमारी पॉलिटिक्स है. हम ह्यूमन बीइंग्स हैं, हमारे ह्यूमन राइट्स रिजर्व होने चाहिए, डिफेंड होने चाहिए, प्रिजर्व होने चाहिए, वो हमारी पॉलिटिक्स है. हमारा नेशन इंडिपेंडेंट होना चाहिए, ये हमारी पॉलिटिक्स है. हमारी इंडिपेंडेंस बचनी चाहिए, डेमोक्रेसी बचनी चाहिए, सेकुलर वैल्यूज बचनी चाहिए. हम सांस ले सके अपने देश के अंदर बिल्कुल बेबाक होके, वो हमारी पॉलिटिक्स है. हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी नहीं है. इसलिए पॉलिटिकल प्लेटफॉर्म से डिमांड किया था कि तुम कब पास करोगे, कंप्लीट इंडिपेंडेंस चाहिए. तो 1929 में वो पास हुआ था. और तब AITUC के प्रेसिडेंट कौन थे जिन्होंने कहा था तुम मुझे खून दो, मैं तुम्हें आजादी दूंगा? किसने कहा था? नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने. और जब देश के आजादी का आंदोलन तेजी से आगे बढ़ा, गांव और शहर आंदोलन में और मजबूत हुआ, ट्रेड यूनियन मूवमेंट अंग्रेजों को ललकारने के लिए और तेज हो गई. जब जब आजादी का आंदोलन ढीला पड़ता था, ट्रेड यूनियन मूवमेंट कभी ढीली नहीं हुई. उस आजादी के आंदोलन को चिंगारी की तरह बनाए रखने के लिए आपकी मजदूर आंदोलन ने, आपकी ट्रेड यूनियन मूवमेंट ने रोल अदा किया इतिहास के अंदर. और करते करते वो दिन आ गया 1942 के हिंदुस्तानियों ने कहा अंग्रेजों भारत छोड़ो. That was the time in 1942 when Quit India movement began. At that time in 42, who was president of AITUC, the mother trade union of India? It was V.V. Giri, nobody else but V.V. Giri, who became vice president and then president of India later on in independent India. तो मेरे कहने का मतलब ये है कि हम लोगों को प्री इंडिपेंडेंस जो ट्रेड यूनियन मूवमेंट खड़ा हुआ, जिसने ब्रिटिशर से यूनियन बनाने को कानूनी बनवाया, ट्रेड यूनियन एक्ट इज ऑफ 1926, and in the colonial rule we fought and we got that law. Today the governments think that they can take away all our laws. Is it so all the laws we got during British period? No. We had 44 central laws and 150 state legislation laws. Out of 44 laws, we got during British period only 5. Rest of the 39 laws we earned through our battle in independent India. Our friends inside parliament and inside state assemblies, they helped us there in the debates, and we were there on the streets. And because of state legislations and struggles of the trade unions in the states, we got 150 legislations in different states. और ये सरकार सब पे पानी फेरना चाहती है। हमारे 15 सेंट्रल लॉज तो खत्म कर दिए, जो बाकी 29 लॉज बने उसको 4 लेबर कोड में बदला जा रहा है। रूल्स अभी नोटिफाई नहीं हुए और उसका नजारा पहले दिखाना इन्होंने शुरू किया है। About that he talked. I will mention a little. But before that, what I am trying to tell you is, पूरी दुनिया के पैमाने पे व्यापार बिजनेस चलता था। And what was share of India in the world trade? व्यापार जो चलता था 50%. Can you believe? 50% share in the world trade जो व्यापार चलता था वो इंडिया का था। When? In 16th century, in 17th century, even till 18th century. और फिर पूरी दुनिया में व्यापार कुछ ही लोगों को करना चाहिए, बाकियों को नहीं करना चाहिए। When that started, then began sea piracy. And then began a history in the world, in the human history, colonization. व्यापार करने के नाम पे गए, उस देश को कब्जा किया। व्यापार करने के नाम पे हिंदुस्तान में आए, हिंदुस्तान के बादशाह बन के बैठ गए। And several countries were colonized. Handful countries जो मालिक बन गए, and vast majority of countries जो slaves बन गए। ये है हमारी civilization की history की movement about colonization, about imperialism, about capital accumulation. और उसी ने जनरेट किया था फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वार। आपने और हमने नहीं चाहा, मजदूरों किसानों ने नहीं चाहा, आम जनमानस ने कभी कोई युद्ध नहीं चाहा, लेकिन फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वार हुई बिकॉज दोज कॉलोनियल मास्टर्स वर नॉट सेटिस्फाइड विद देयर ग्रीड। उनको रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने थे। इसके पास 10 देश कैसे गुलाम हो गए, ये तो मेरे पास होने चाहिए। उसने 20 कैसे कर लिए, मेरे पास होने चाहिए। और जो हिंदुस्तान का मालिक था, ब्रिटिश साम्राज्यवाद, इट हैड हाउ मेनी कंट्रीज? कॉमनवेल्थ कंट्रीज। 56 कॉमनवेल्थ कंट्रीज इज द नेम। दैट मीन्स 56 कंट्रीज वर अंडर कंट्रोल ऑफ ब्रिटिश एम्पायर। हम उनके गुलाम थे। इतने स्ट्रॉन्ग एम्पायर के खिलाफ हमारे देश के लोग लड़े। जिनका सूरज नहीं डूबता था उसको डुबोया। लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड, जब मंदी आती है, इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस आता है, उस मंदी और इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस में गरीब पिसता है, मेहनत कश पिस जाता है। इट इज दीज सेक्शंस ऑफ द सोसाइटी हु सफर, बट दोज सिटिंग ऑन द हेल्म्स ऑफ अफेयर्स, दे कीप गेनिंग एंड फर्दर गेन्स they push the societies, push the nations to war situations. तो मंदी के बाद ही फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वार हुआ और उसी फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वार में से एक रेवोल्यूशन भी फिर पैदा हुआ। और वहीं से 1917 में अक्टूबर रेवोल्यूशन लेनिन ने नेतृत्व किया और उसी ने पूरी दुनिया के अंदर वर्किंग क्लास मूवमेंट को पूरा जज्बा दे दिया। यूनियनाइजेशन तेज हुआ और लाल झंडे का फहराना तेज हुआ। सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वार हुई 39 में शुरू हुई। फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वार करने के बाद भी इंपीरियलिस्ट कंट्रीज, कैपिटलिस्ट कंट्रीज कुड नॉट हैंडल देयर रिसेशन। बाय 30s रिसेशन, जिसको मंदी बोलते हैं, आर्थिक मंदी गहरा हो गया। And from that period onward, the corporates of Germany were preparing Hitler, Mussolini was prepared in Italy, and these people pushed the whole world into another world. And the Second World War, as you know, 5 करोड़ लोग मरे, जिसमें से 2.5 करोड़ अकेले सोवियत यूनियन के थे। पूरी दुनिया की जो ट्रेड यूनियन मूवमेंट थी, went for signature campaign. This war must be ended. This fascism, Nazism must be ended. We want peace, we want development, we want bread, we want schools, we want hospitals, we want jobs, we want factories. We don't want this armament industry and this war situation. Your Indian trade unions, topped in the world, we were among the first to gather maximum signatures and saying this Second World War must end, there should be restoration of peace. That credit goes to, that time, the only central trade union, AITUC. And with the end of the Second World War, UN system was born. With the end of Second World War, World Federation of Trade Union was formed. All the unions, all over the world, who fought against war, who fought against fascism, who wanted societies egalitarian to be built, with justice to all, equality to all, no exploitation of nation by nation, or making any nation slave, no exploitation of man by man. Let us try to build that kind of egalitarian society. And the slogan socialism was becoming so popular in most of the countries. It is then the World Federation Trade Union was founded. Only 10 countries formed an international preparatory committee. So, trade unions of those 10 countries were part of that international preparatory committee. Credit to all of you that India was among them. AITUC was one of those 10 organizations to have foundation of World Federation of Trade Union. Today, what WFTU gave us a call. Solidarity with Iran, solidarity with Palestine, say no to war, ask for peace efforts to succeed. वो सब चलता है. In post-independent India, my friends, we took a position as our country, ruling or opposition, governments or the people, we all were together. No more wars, world peace, no aligning with this power or that power. We will be non-aligned. We will stand with the justice, stand with the sovereignty of every nation. That is how India grew, and that policy was followed, which has been bit by bit broken in last 10 years. And with that, we are very much worried. India's image is sullied. What was the need for our Prime Minister to go to Israel just 3 days before the war began? What have we gained? One hand side, America is continuously talking about tariffs, and you all know the story about imposition of tariffs. Their own Supreme Court of United States of America cancelled that, nullified that, and said, no, this is wrong what Trump announced. But country after country, they are reaching into agreements, and they want tariff agreement with us also, trade agreement with us also. And that agreement goes against us, against our farmers, against our small industry, against our economic interest. Anything which we were exporting to United States of America, the tariff was 3 to 4%. Now we are supposed to pay 18%. All our milk husbandry area, and several of our crops were protected. No goods will be brought from abroad. Our farmers will be protected. All that has been opened. And for all those imports, tariff is zero, import duty is zero. Why should my farmers not be angry? Why our MSMEs should not be angry? And why you should not be angry? Because it is your AIBEA, it is your nationalized banks which helped our farming community to make India self-sufficient in our agriculture. It is you, the nationalized banks, and the cadre working over there with full alertness, implementing all those policies which helped MSMEs to grow in India. So animal husbandry to agriculture sector to whole of MSME area, which created huge amount of development opportunities and job situations for our younger generation. What all we gained through nationalized banking, that all will be zeroed. And then later on, as already mergers are damaging us, the sword of privatization is over our head. All the public sectors are under threat. In already economic crisis there, further economic crisis will grow if the war doesn't stop. Crisis has already entered with that much of war which happened. It's not that it is nullified by stoppage of war. Hormuz was open till day before yesterday. Hormuz is closed once again. What is going to happen to crude oil and other even agriculture products over there in ships? It is there. In the shipments it is lying. So all that concerns us. If whole of humanity goes in the wrong side, if the sovereignty of the nations go, sovereignty of the people go, then will it be a livable world? नहीं होगा. Nobody should think कि मेरे पे कोई असर नहीं आएगा. Every sector will be impacted negatively, including the banking sector. And you should follow what all is going on. Don't go only on what TV is trying to project. अभी नोएडा के बच्चों को सली किया जा रहा है. जिन लोगों ने सिर्फ इतना कहा कि मिनिमम वेज बढ़ाओ हमारी. आपने अतुल जी को सुना, वो बोल रहे थे हम इसमें ये करेंगे, उसमें वो करेंगे. Are you ready to reduce your wage? Would you agree ever? You will not. Would you agree कि वेज फ्रीज आपको कर दिया जाए, इसके बाद कोई बाइपार्टाइट सेटलमेंट नहीं होगा? मानेंगे आप? नहीं मानेंगे. आपके जो पार्ट्स और बेनिफिट्स हैं वो काट दिए जाएं, आप मानेंगे? नहीं मानेंगे. आपके जो पुरखे थे, your predecessors, who took inspiration from AITOC and dared to form unions in banks and were victimized, thrown out of the job. They fought, they won their cases, but they decided, अब हम नौकरी नहीं करेंगे, हम बैंक के वर्कर को ऑर्गेनाइज करेंगे. उन सबको जिनको आप फूल भेंट करते हो हर कॉन्फ्रेंस में, जो उस समय फ्रीडम मूवमेंट में थे एज यंगस्टर्स, और फिर आपकी AIBEA के फाउंडर बने, ट्रेड यूनियन फैमिली का पार्ट बन गए. तो उन्होंने जब बैंक नेशनलाइजेशन को एक हथियार बना के लड़ा, तो दोनों चीज उसमें थी. To protect the bankmen also, our workers also, employees also, get some proper decent conditions for them also, trade union rights also for them, and settlement pattern. I got to know about 354 women delegates are sitting here. You owe these jobs to our bank unions. They fought, they got the settlement, they saw to it that the women get jobs in the banks. more than men, women have to come forward to defend AIBEA, to defend nationalization, defend our public sector character, and to raise the demand that private sector banks should also be nationalized. All the slogans which you have put up out from outside up till in this hall on the monitors, we all stand with those slogans. So what was being pointed to you by the chairman of the reception committee was this, that your responsibility is also to address the political issues. Making union itself is politics. Defending union is politics. Going for strike is politics. Asking for wage is politics. Asking for perks and benefits is politics. Work hour to be limited is politics. What is not politics, you tell me? And what these boys were demanding, in your banks, because you are organized, anybody whom you are employing, वो जो क्लीन करता है, जो चाय पिलाता है, आपके बैंक्स में, जो रेगुलर नहीं है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे है, 800 रुपया आपने फिक्स करवाया हुआ उनका. जो लॉ है, उस लेबर लॉ के हिसाब से आपने मिनिमम वेज रखवाई हुई. तो जिसको रखा जाता है, उसको आपके बैंक की ब्रांच के अंदर पेमेंट मिलता है, उसका ख्याल रखा जाता है. पर इन बच्चों को जो फैक्ट्री में काम कर रहे हैं, वो मानेसर वाले, वो नोएडा वाले, वो जो सूरत वाले, वो जो पानीपत वाले, वो जो बरौनी वाले, ये सब आंदोलनों में आए पिछले 2 महीने से. ये कोई अकेले नोएडा में नहीं फूटा है गुस्सा. ये बरौनी रिफाइनरी के एरिया से शुरू हुआ था, फिर पानीपत पहुंचा था, फिर सूरत चला गया था, सूरत से मानेसर गुड़गांव में आया और मानेसर गुड़गांव से नोएडा में पहुंचा. नोएडा इज नॉट एन आइसोलेशन इंसिडेंट. कितना देर है उनको मिनिमम वेज? 400 रुपए, 300 रुपए, 350 रुपए पर डे का. कितने घंटे काम ले रहे हैं इतनी पगार में? 12 आवर्स, 13 आवर्स, नो ओवर टाइम. लॉ ऑफ द लैंड सेज आप 1 घंटा ओवर टाइम कराओ या 2 कराओ, वर्कर हैज टू गिव कंसेंट and you have to make the double payment of each hour. This is the law of the land. ये कानून है. वो कानून वायलेट हो रहा है, सब जगह वायलेट हो रहा है. माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर्स हैं, आउटसोर्स वर्कर्स हैं, डेली वेजर्स हैं, कैजुअल हैं. उनकी जिंदगी बदतर है. कैसी है? जो आपके पुरखे थे उनके जैसी है. आपके जो पुरखे थे बैंक्स में, नेशनलाइजेशन से पहले, यूनियंस बनने से पहले, उस लड़ाइयों से पहले, उनके भी कोई फिक्स्ड वर्किंग आवर्स नहीं थे. उनको भी रात को देर में आना होता था. वो भी बच्चों के साथ टाइम नहीं बिता पाते थे. उनकी भी पगार बहुत कम थी. ये जो सारे शब्द आपकी पूरी की पूरी सेटलमेंट्स के दौरान होती है ना क्लॉजेस, और फोन कर करके पूछते हो अपने लीडर को क्या मिल रहा है, इसमें कितना है, इस मद में कितना है, ये पूछते हो ना, ये आइटम्स नाम की कोई चीज नहीं थी. तो ये सब बच्चे जो आज पूरे देश के अंदर, ये रुकने वाला नहीं है. अब राजस्थान के भिवाड़ी और नीमराना में भी आंदोलन पहुंच गया. And every place, thousands of these young boys and girls are on the streets. और आप एलिबाई ढूंढती हैं गवर्नमेंट कि पाकिस्तान का मुनीर इतना स्ट्रांग हो गया, मान लिया कि वो पीस टॉक्स में है, पर वो इतना स्ट्रांग हो गया कि इंडिया में, नोएडा में, वो यहाँ पर बच्चों का आंदोलन करवाएगा. It's so shameless thing. That was the statement of Labour Minister of UP. Delegates of UP are sitting here. That is what he said. And since yesterday, one boy is being projected. He ran to Trichy. He instigated them, do the Andolan. हम भी तो कहते हैं, हम यूनियन वाले क्या कहते हैं? 8 घंटे से ज्यादा काम नहीं करो, करना है मर्जी से करो, ओवर टाइम मांगो, काम के स्थान पे पीने का पानी, शौच व्यवस्था सब कुछ होना चाहिए, हवा आने की कोई जगह होनी चाहिए, वर्क प्लेस शुड बी सेफ, सेफ्टी कंसर्न होना चाहिए। तो ये क्या इंस्टिगेशन है? वर्कर को समझाना कि तुम्हारे क्या राइट्स है, आवाज उठाओ, ये इंस्टिगेशन है? ये दंगा करना है क्या? ये फसादी करना है? फसाद करना तो दंगा करना वो होता है कि आप जात के नाम पे भड़काएं, आप धर्म के नाम पे भड़काएं, आप लोगों को एक दूसरे की जान लेने के लिए मजबूर करें, तैयार करें, पागल कर दें। दैट इज लॉलेसनेस। किसी को समझाना कि तुम्हारा राइट क्या है, अधिकार क्या है, दबो मत, सांस मत घुटे तुम्हारी, आवाज उठाओ, अपना हक मांगो। तो अगर आप ये सरकारें मायने निकालना चाहती हैं, आप और हम सब कल को इंस्टिगेटर कहलाएंगे, क्योंकि हम तो सबको समझाते हैं अपने हकों को बचाओ, अपनी यूनियन को बचाओ, उसकी रजिस्ट्रेशन बचाओ, उसकी रिकॉग्निशन बचाओ और यूनियन का झंडा उठा के लड़ाइयों को बुलंद करो। तो हम सब इंस्टिगेटर्स हो गए। Where are we going? We have to understand. That's why, comrades, we have not to limit ourselves to our own sector. Every sector will have their own issues. They must discuss, they must draw their strategies, they must draw action program, they must follow it, and whole workforce should salute their union and strengthen their union and implement those activities. No doubt about it. But you will survive if overall working class will survive. You will not survive if the ranks of outsourced workers, contract workers in the society keep on rising and unprotected workforce is helpless on the streets. Who will stop vandalism? Who will stop all the violence? You are not allowing unions to be there. Can you imagine? None of the central trade unions are being allowed to enter many of the factories and to form the unions. As soon as you try to have some of the workers of that factory and apply for registration, registrar informs the employer of that company and those workers lose their job. Very next day they are removed. So no unions happening. And then whatsoever union leaders were there, not directly in that industry, but otherwise central trade union, their leaders were made into house arrest. And their local leader within, whosoever is not, union is not there, but the worker thinks that this is my leader, they were also put in house arrest. So leaderless crowd, violence नहीं होगा तो क्या होगा? Vandalism नहीं होगा तो क्या होगा? And if the police misbehaves, uses pressure, who will control those workers who are so much in desperation? सिलेंडर महंगा हो गया, माइग्रेशन फिर एक बार शुरू हो गया, घर चलता नहीं है, रोटी चलती नहीं है, बच्चे का पेट भरता नहीं है। उस डेस्परेशन में आप कैसे रोक लोगे उसको सड़क पे आने से? That's the kind of thing. And this has been going on. You come in the category of 5-6% of the total workforce. Understand where you are. Your responsibility is bigger. Not only to look inwards only for your unions and your interest, but to look at all that vast majority of workforce which is still uncovered, which is still in pathetic condition, which doesn't have minimum wages, which works for 12 hours, 13 hours, 14 hours, even today, when the law is for 8 hours. So no social security for them, no pensions for them. Even PF, if cut, is not submitted for them. They are in very, very bad situation. Out of 67 crore labor force in India, you are part of only 5-6 crore. All the rest, if you are unemployed, all other rest are in these precarious conditions. And it is a population of several nations together. It is that big force. And if you add their family, I am talking of 100 crore plus population. If 100 crore plus population will be in pathetic condition, including agricultural labor, and then if you add poor farmers, marginal farmers, middle farmers, agrarian sector is in crisis. If the trade deal the way America wants gets through, Indian agriculture sector will be doomed fully. Will that be good for our country? No. This country can be pushed back, once again losing our independence, losing our sovereign rights, losing our own control on our natural resources. Are we prepared for that? What is the fun in observing 23rd March, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Rajguru, if we cannot defend for what they fought? What is the fun of eulogizing करतार सिंह सराभा 18 साल की उम्र में हिंदुस्तान आ गए, कामागाटा मारू शिप से पहले आ गए, देश को आजाद कराना चाहते थे, पकड़े गए, 19 साल की उम्र में फांसी पे लटका दिया, जगह जगह बुत लगा दिए हमने, एक किताब हाथ में पकड़ी हुई है, करतार सिंह सराभा की स्टैचू लगी हुई है। बंगाल वाले बैठे हैं, खुदीराम बोस तो 13-14 साल की उम्र में फ्रीडम मूवमेंट में एंटर हो गया था, 19 साल की उम्र में लगभग उसको भी फांसी लटका दिया गया था। भगत सिंह के सहयोगी थे जितेंद्र नाथ दास, 63 डेज का भूख हड़ताल किया उन्होंने जेल में। All political prisoners should be treated politically and the jail conditions must be corrected. अमानवीय है, inhuman है। But Jitendra Nath Das became martyr for 63 days of hunger strike in jail along with Bhagat Singh. Stories and stories. Great Surya Sen, a teacher, formed a guerrilla group of students and his teachers, ladies and gents all. And somehow, Britishers got to know Chittagong Armory case happened. Preeti Lata, Sneh Lata lost life. Kalpana was 16-year age. She survived, but she could not be hanged because she was less than 18 years. But Surya Sen and his colleagues, badly beaten, sent to jails. जब सूर्य सेन को फांसी लगाया, when he was hanged to death, his body was like this. He was beaten up so much, उसकी सब हड्डियां टूटी हुई थी. He could not stand. उसकी ऐसे लटकती बॉडी को लटकाया गया था. How many people died for this nation? Young and old, everybody, for the country, to win our independence, to have a sovereign nation, a great constitution, and to try to solve our own problems. All sections of societies, workers, our employees, our farmers, our intellectuals, our scientists, our youngsters, our writers, our poets, everybody who were in the freedom movement also in independent India, they came to the field to build India also. And in that building of that India, your AIBA leaders were great contribution, I should say. You have that legacy. That legacy has to be carried forward. And that's why, my friends, I say, we are in quite a bad situation. And in such a situation, it is our responsibility as trade unions. Lastly, I want to tell you, all the laws existing in the country were being violated. For decades, we have been fighting with the governments that these laws must be implemented. These violations must end. Inspections should take place. And vast majority of workers who are out of the purview of labor law, they all should be brought into it. All should get some kind of social security, some kind of future pension. Why only government employees or some public sector who have worked out their pensions? It was not got from Britishers. Your pensions were fought by your union. They fought it. And those who did not join, later on, they pleaded with AIBEA and said, you ask for second option. And AIBEA succeeded in having second option also. Got those pensions. But do you know, vast majority of workforce doesn't have any kind of pension? That so-called through EPS 95, only 500 per month, 800 per month, 900 per month, which you stand with your child just for an hour in front of a shop and you spend that money. That is the pension for that old man with his old wife to live on 800 rupees or 900 rupees per month. Is it possible? Is it human? No. But if I include this also into the pension, still 90% of labor force is even devoid of any law on pension. That is the condition you should understand. Don't have goody-goody picture within you. This goody-goody picture is because of your unions, because of their struggle, because of always being alert, always looking at the danger, understanding it and giving a call of agitation and asking to be ready for it. You have, in your trajectory, you have reached that place. But all those people who are left behind, they are looking towards you. But if they don't survive, your benefits are not going to remain intact. If they do not survive and further down the drain they are pushed into, don't think you are protected and always safe. You will not remain safe. So it's important within your own sector. So much of outsourcing has happened, contractorization has happened. They have to be with you. And science technology is so great. We just were garlanded here, a cap put on our head, and we are sitting over here, and immediately framed photo comes in our hand with that. That photo is already with us, with what you saw, we being garlanded and a cap being put on our head. AI is coming, which is taking away jobs of many people. So we are in a scientific era, quantum jump happening. For human civilization, many great things can be done. But the same scientific era and all that quantum jump can doom this human civilization also, the way AI is being misused. So we have to be alert to all these things. Great thing that social media, we are able to reflect our agitations, movements and all. But we have to be aware, same social media is being used against unions to defame us, to defame the leaders, and to criticize us, and to tell us anti-nationals. So everything has double edge. This has to be learned and understood very fast. And that is why, on 4 labor codes in the end, I want to say, we say strike is our right. These codes are going to take away your strike right. The day notice will be served, conciliation period begins. In conciliation period, strike is illegal, leader has to be sent to jail, and employees have to be dismissed. 8-hour works was the law. Now they want to give to appropriate authority and employers the right to raise it to 12 hours, 13 hours. Mind it. They say overtime will be given. Overtime law is there, and nobody is giving overtime to those children, those young boys and girls who are toiling for 12, 13 hours and not getting wages. You can understand. For last 10 years, 12 years, 14 years, no wage revision has happened for them. What to talk of other demands? So this law is going to justify more work. And it was said, for ease of doing business, it is necessary to have these 4 labor codes. All the 4 labor codes are actually to take away the rights of large number of workers. Because Factory Act threshold is increased, Industrial Standing Order threshold is increased from 100 to 300, definition of industry, which Comrade Babu mentioned here, that definition is supposed to be changed. Supreme Court is looking at it, but what is the government play? No law should be made on this. Don't discuss here. Don't define industry. Government will decide whom to treat industry, whom not to treat industry. That means you are at the hands and mercy of the government. So safety laws or wage laws or working hour laws, even wage definition or the question of union registration, union recognition, union deregistration, derecognition, all these things, if you look at registration difficult, deregistration easy. Recognition difficult, derecognition easy. All the employers, whatever criminal laws were against them, all are decriminalized. And all the trade union leaders have to pay more fines and criminal acts on them. So criminalization of the trade unions and its leaders, decriminalization of all the faults of employers. From where this understanding comes? It comes from the draft labor policy which Indian government has drafted. What is that draft labor policy? It says that these modern laws are not modern, archaic. British era laws, I already mentioned you. Only 5 laws we got in British era. Factories Act in 19th century. 1922 we got Mines Act. 1923 we got Compensation Act. 1926 we got Trade Union Act 1926, and 1935 we got Payment of Wages Act. All other laws we got at the dawn of independence and in independence India. But what they say, these laws are archaic. We are going to liberate you from colonial mindset. So these labor codes are necessary, and they should be governed by smritis. Manu Smriti, Sukriti Niti, Yajnavalkya Smriti, Narad Smriti. These should be guided by smritis. So we were very surprised. Why draft labor policy mentions this? Then we went into these smritis, and what we found? Wage is not right of the worker. You can't ask about wages. Wage is the decision of the employer to give you or not to give you, and how much to give you, and when to stop it, and when to give you. Then it says, labor don't have any right. Doing labor is a sacred duty. Now you all white-collared people, my friends, my comrades, don't think you white-collared are above blue-collared, or the blue-collared are above those who don't have any collar, only doing daily casual work. You all are in the same category as per labor policy. Same category. You all are supposed to do your sacred duty. Don't demand. Don't talk of next, bipartite. Don't talk of present given rights to be defended, because it is your sacred duty to keep serving the humanity. So labor has no rights. Labor movement began with 8 hours working day in 1886. Started with, we are demanding human rights. And today, in 21st century, the government of India says, that labor has no rights. Doing labor is only your sacred duty. They mention Indian Constitution, but all operative parties against Constitution. They mention in that draft labor policy international labor standards, and then the operative parties totally against international labor standards. And then they say, for ease of doing business, this draft labor policy should help us facilitate in implementing 4 labor codes. This is where they want to put us. I have taken lots of your time, but definitely I have to look towards organized trade union movement to help the unorganized within your sector and to help the unorganized sector all around. That is very necessary. Then only there is survival. Otherwise, very difficult. My sisters sitting over here, those who are already mothers, those who are going to be would-be mothers, you enjoyed maternity benefit and they will enjoy maternity benefit. Do you know, out of, if 100 women are working in India, only 4 are enjoying maternity benefit, 96 are not enjoying, they are not covered. Who will speak for them? Tell me, who will speak for them? Education is not there, pathetic. Healthcare is not there, very pathetic. So I have to look towards the organized trade union movement to defend themselves, to remain strong, to push hard, to defend the rights of workers which have been given, to ask for rights of workers who are not given, to stand with them. I have to look towards them. So being in AIBEA, being a general secretary of those unions, part of my AIBEA who are in the formal sector, who are in the public sector, who are in the government sector, who are in the unorganized, who are BD workers, they are ASHA workers, they are Anganwadi workers, they are midday meal workers, they are construction workers, they are hawkers and vendors. So all those unions are also in AIBEA. It's an umbrella of formal and informal economy workers. And you, as great organization, who set your path through your leaders' sacrifices, have reached up till this level. But you know the crisis which the banking sector is facing. In the morning, Comrade CHV must have dealt with. You have already adopted the report of General Secretary. I am told you have also adopted your accounts, etc. But discussions will go on, debates will happen. And in those debates, let us understand, not only our trade union laws and bylaws in danger, very existing of India's constitution is under threat. And that threat you saw when day before yesterday the bill government brought has fallen, some breathing space. Using women as a tool to totally spoil the whole process of limitation. They wanted to use women, link their bill with delimitation, and then now they are crying, everybody is opposed to women. You had already passed the bill in 2023, why are you crying? Whole opposition and the ruling party unitedly stood together and passed the women reservation bill in 2023. Once you have passed it, it is you yourself who try to link it with delimitation. And then you say we were to complete by 2026, it will not happen, it will go to 2028. We are not going to do it on the basis of 2011, okay? Out of 543, you give us 33% to women, but you want to use women cover to have your own machinations to undermine Indian Constitution, to take away the rights of citizenship, defranchise us. What do you want to do? It's attack on Indian Constitution. It is attack on democracy. It is attack on we the Indians to remain Indian as citizens. Why we should allow it? You think the women are so fool? You spent some money through Jivika Didi in Bihar and you won the election. You started Ladki Yojana in Maharashtra, you won the election. You threw something more than Kejriwal announced, so you took away Delhi. And now you think by using women cover in these state elections, you want advantage, but actually, it's not this election advantage. The whole bill was meant for coming to this 2029 election. 2028, again they will bring such kinds of bills. I'm warning you. We all are voters. We all are citizens. We have to understand it. हम अपनी अपनी यूनियन में हैं, अपनी अपनी जॉब में हैं, पर हम इंडियन सिटीजन्स हैं. Are we going to allow? Let them crumple? बिल्कुल ट्रम्पल, क्रश करें हमें, हमारे अधिकारों को छीन ले, हमारी सिटीजनशिप को छीन ले, और डिलिमिटेशन के नाम पे अब उन स्टेट्स को पनिश करें जो अपनी स्टेट्स का विकास करते हैं, पॉपुलेशन को ठीक रखते हैं, बच्चे बच्चियों को पढ़ाई का इंतजाम करते हैं, आप उनको सजा देना चाहिए. What kind of India we want to build? So friends, democratic rights of every citizen is the responsibility of trade unions also. These democratic rights are not divided. If it is attack on unions, we are not being allowed, our democracy is gone. But if others' rights are going away, we keep mum. No. We should inculcate scientific temperament. We should inculcate democratic values. We should prepare citizens around us as secularists. We should be conscious enough that everybody stands with Indian Constitution, which our forefathers, our freedom fighters gave us. We do not want any division on religion, on caste, on dresses, on food, on language. Don't try to divide India in all these petty things. So as one voice, the working class should be able to tell enough is enough. As in the world, don't think a small person is a small country is a small. More than India, what we should have done, we could not do. Iran has shown the world that you can challenge a mighty force. They have earned respect. And I am telling you, world is changing. It will change. No more unipolar world dictates of America, beginning from throwing it Hiroshima and Nagasaki 2 atom bombs. And after that, America said, Britannia is down, now I am the master, I am the leader. After this Iran war, America is no more single master of the world. There are many power centers. Many power centers. Russia is one power center. China is one power center. America is another power center. And then developing countries, South Bloc, they can be another power center. And India should have been looked upon to lead the South nations, global South, the developing countries. But we lost that position. As government, we have not lost that position as Indians, I tell you. We know our country's strength. We know our people's strength. हम जानते हैं अपने लोगों के जज्बे को, उनकी ताकत को, उनकी समझ को, उनकी सोच को. जो जागरूक है, उनने फैलना है, लोगों ने बताना है. इसलिए एज इंडिया हमने प्रेस्टीज नहीं, अपना स्थान नहीं खोया है, पर प्रेस्टीज हमने खोया है हमारी गवर्नेंस के चलते हुए. और ये बिल डिफीट हुआ. ये महिला बिल नहीं डिफीट हुआ. ये डिलिमिटेशन बिल एक किस्म का डिफीट हुआ. महिलाएं नहीं हारी हैं. मैं कहूंगी महिलाएं इस बिल के हारने में महिलाएं हमारी जीती हैं, क्योंकि हम उनके लिए स्पेशल लॉ ले पाएंगे. सो वी आर नॉट डोम्ड के क्या हुआ कानून का. अब इनका प्रोपेगेंडा कुछ मदद करने वाला नहीं है. बंगाल की और तमिलनाडु की इलेक्शन में भी करने वाला नहीं. or always remember it, you are not being ruled by a victorious Prime Minister. You are not being ruled by a government of majority on its own. You are being ruled by a defeated Prime Minister. You are being ruled by a government जो बैसाखियों पे खड़े हैं. दो बैसाखी है ना, बिहार वालों को पता है एक बैसाखी वहां से आती है, आंध्रा वालों को पता है एक बैसाखी वहां से आती है. उन क्रचेस पे ये गवर्नमेंट खड़ी है. नहीं तो 2024 में ये जीतते नहीं थे. तुम इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी जेब में डाल लिया, उसकी सिलेक्शन भी कर ली, वोटों में हेरीफेरी कर ली, काउंटिंग भी हेरीफेरी कर ली, फिर भी तुमको लगता है आगे चल के हारोगे तो SIR शुरू कर दिया. अब तुम डिलिमिटेशन के नाम पे सीट्स का ही गड़बड़ करने वाले थे, तो काउंटडाउन तो शुरू हो गया ना. ये 10 साल में 11 साल में पहली डिफीट थी गवर्नमेंट की, एंड नाउ इट विल लीड टू मैनी डिफीट्स. We are not against an individual. We are against the policies. We fought Pandit Nehru also when he was not giving us Labour Commission. We respected Pandit Nehru. He was a president of AITUC. But AITUC fought when he was Prime Minister, that this you are giving, this you are not giving. They supported him when it was cause of public sector. They fought him when they felt why these laws are not being given to us. So far as prime ministers came and prime ministers went away. Governments came and governments went away. We bother about the policy framework, the direction, defense of our constitution, defense of our won over rights, and future rights to be achieved by us. We don't want to have a back gear and go back 80 years down the line. No, we want to move forward. And that journey is little tough, But definitely, that journey is not impossible. Victory will be ours. Definitely, victory will be ours. With this, I have great hopes from this conference. As a united force you are, a strong union you are, leaders and cadres together, definitely you will show the way to others also, and you will be an example for general trade union movement also. From AITUC, it's always my pleasure to be with you in any conference when I am invited, because I knew all those leaders whom you respect, pay your tributes. As a young student, I knew them, many of them, in the north, in the south. I had all respect, and I had learning also from them. And that's why coming to bank unions, throughout conferences is always a privilege for me. It gives me happiness. And it gives me strength also. I am rejuvenated when I come to your conferences. Thank you for that. I officially inaugurate your conference. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, Comrade Amarjit, for your highly informative and educative address to us. From 1946, AITUC is always our well-wisher, our guide, our philosopher, our friend. And we are happy that continues, and we can assure AITUC, AIBEA will always be with AITUC in all the days to come also. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request the General Secretary of the All India Bank Officers Confederation and our young leader, Comrade Rupam Ray to greet our conference.
First of all, let me correct Comrade CHB. I am no more young. When I entered, I am aging day by day. Comrade Rajan Nagar, the President of the All India Bank Employees Association. Professor Babu Matthew, the Chairman of the Reception Committee. Comrade Amarjit Kaur, General Secretary of All India Trade Union Congress. Shri Atul Kumar Goyel in absentia. A person who I am a fan of, the symbol of the banking trade union under the banner of United Forum of Bank Unions, Comrade C.H. Venkatachalam, Comrade Rajesh Kumar, General Secretary All India LIC Employees Federation, our comrades from United Forum of Bank Unions, Comrade Balaji from NCB, Debasish from BEFI, Manmohanji from NOBW, Sanjay Khan from AIBEA, and O.P. Sharma from InBEF, our former leaders, and my dear comrades. After a powerful speech by Comrade Amarjit Kaur, I have nothing to share with, nothing to add on the trade union perspective. Thank you, madam, for such an enlightening speech. I will add to what Comrade Amarjit Kaur has said, and I will take you from what Comrade CHB was sharing and Comrade Atul Goyel was sharing with all of you. But before that, let me congratulate the All India Bank Employees Association. 80 years is not a matter of joke, and still counting. The All India Bank Employees Association, our gratitude on behalf of almost 340,000 officers in the banking sector for being the pioneer to bring nationalization in this country. And we resolve on this date on your conference that will ensure that not only the private sector bank, its character, the public sector character of the public sector bank remains, will ensure that the private sector banks are also nationalized. And while you deliberate on these 4 days, definitely deliberate on many issues. And I can see from your eyes many young boys, maybe 5-day banking may be very dear to you. And the question being why so much of PLI to be paid to 5% of the executives and 95% they are paid a small amount of money. The stress in the bank branches, the attack on the bank employees, and the shortage of officers and the employees in the banking sector. The more use of outsourcing in the banking sector, the risk associated with the banking sector, and many other issues that corrects the banking sector. But it is not for any academic discussion. As a trade union, we must also prepare ourselves for struggle, plan ourselves, so that whatever is today pain, tomorrow that should be taken care by the trade unions. Now, these are for me, according to, as per All India Bank Officers Confederation, we totally align with your All India Bank Employees Association. And in that way, we feel that we are nationalists, that we must think about the people of this country. Because as far the, if you see the Wikipedia, as per 2004 report, the total employed population in this country to the total population in the government sector or in the public sector is 3.92%. And today, when the government says that we have no business to be in business, I fear it may be less than 3%. Now, if you see the banking sector and public sector banks in particular, the types of customers we have, the number of customers we have, and if you see the private banks, then we must understand that almost 60 to 70% of the deposit in the public sector banks or in the other bank, that is from the common man of this country, which Comrade Amarjit Kaur was referring to. We as a banker, we also don't keep money in the banks. Whatever surplus we generate today, we are putting in mutual fund. And the poor, the lower middle class, the people under the BPL, they are putting the money in the banking system. But we know in the public sector bank today, a poor customer comes to us, we don't have a time to even give loan to that customer if he's asking for a loan because of shortage of staff. We are giving loan to the corporates when the Tatas, they took over the Air India. The government, the banks have given them loan at 4.25%. We are giving loans to the corporates to such a rate, below the card rate. But whereas, when a small customer comes to our bank, we are unable to serve them because of shortage of staff. We are not willing to give a loan of even 1 lakh rupees, even 50,000 rupees, because we feel there is a shortage of staff. It is better to give a housing loan of 1 crore. And in that way, I achieved 100 times of my target. And in the process, these customers, they have no option but to go to the non-banking finance companies where they are charged above 18%, maybe 20%, 26%. Whereas in the entire banking system, around 70 to 80% of the deposit on which the banks runs, it belongs to that category of the people. So a movement has to be started in this country that where is my interest rate? I am the person which is keeping the money in your bank, and you are giving me 2.5% in my savings interest, and I accrue that money. If I put in a fixed deposit, you are giving me 5 to 5.5%, and my money you are giving to the corporates at 4.25%. And when I come to you, you say that I have no manpower and I'm unable to give you loan. And I am forced to go to a non-banking finance company, which is giving me loan at more than 18%, maybe 20 to 28%. And even the middle class, the upper middle class, the SME borrowers, they're taking loan from us for working capital finance. We call it cash credit or whatever name, in different names in our banks. They are paying an interest of 7 to 8%, but they are not keeping any deposit with us. The people who are working in the government sector or in the public sector, they are getting a car loan, even education loan, is somewhere around 9 to 11%. But the banking system, which runs on the money of the common man of this country, they are not given loan and they are at the mercy of the non-banking finance company. The question is, the citizen of this country must ask that you are running the banking system with our money, and when I come to you, think that I am not a credible borrower. So the movement has to be there in this country that where is my interest rate? And this should be a mass movement. The idea behind it is because of the shortage of employees and the staff in the public sector bank that we are unable to serve to the common man of this country who is keeping the banking system in the country intact, the public sector and the private sector. The question has to be asked to this government that why the common man's interest is not protected. Comrade Amarjit Kaur was talking about the issue today the nation is facing. It is not about people's issue, the unorganized sector, because if they are not protected, we will not be protected. Let us look at the issue in a different way. Today, if you see outside the city of Bangalore, any small city, the number of gig workers that have increased, the AI that has come, Comrade Mr. Atul Goyel was talking about that the wage negotiation will be signed, if possible, on 31st of October 2027. We are happy, we want to sign. But I want to ask a question to the AIBEA. Can they bring out a white paper that they will not use AI in the banking system? And already the RBI has published a paper which from the All India Bank Officers Confederation, we have opposed that whatever report they have published, that the AI should not be there in the banking system. Even we have also, on my personal behalf and on behalf of the AIBOC, we have also published an article that the way the dolly ship, the cloning of dolly ship was banned, the AI should be banned because it is cloning the entire system, the human system. The country like India, which has 140 crore population, too much of use of technology will be detrimental when in the West. And maybe in many economies they are closing up. Our people cannot go outside. So much of use of technology will boomerang in this country. And we have been questioning that. And now in the banking system with the use of the AI, the front line, our members from the All India Bank Employees Association or maybe the other workmen union, there will be a serious threat. Already if you see the public sector bank, the officer to employee ratio has come down to, even in many banks, 0.25%. 25% of that, 1:0.25. In many banks it is 1:0.50, except in State Bank of India, at least 1:1 ratio is maintained. And from the All India Bank Officers Confederation, we have been demanding that there should be more recruitment of clerical staff in the banking system, and we have been demanding that in every branch there should be one permanent messenger. It is not only for you, but it is for the selfish interest for the bank. it is for the selfish interest for the officers that we want, if the bank has to flourish, we need people who are from the local area. We must understand that how the private sector banks, they are working. If a customer gives a deposit of 50 crores, the employment is done from the family of that person. This is the way they are operating. And we don't have the corporate memory now. We are under the CBC guidelines. Even the officers, they cannot be in the area and are losing the business. This is a planned way that the government is trying to make these public sector banks redundant. In 2017, the prompt corrective action came, which forced the public sector banks, many banks, not to lend. And in the process, our credit growth, there was no credit growth, we could not lend. And the deposit growth also was not there because there would have been asset liability mismatch. The trade unions, you, all of us, we worked together and we came out of the PCA. The government found that this PCA is not working. I will substantiate why I am saying this. Then came the merger of the public sector bank. And with the merger, we have lost heavily. We are having around market share of 74% somewhere in 2017 or 18. Now today, if you look at the market share of the public sector banks, it is somewhere 50% in advances, 55% and 60% in deposit. And they brought the merger, and that also, we have defeated the ploy. The public sector banks started making profit. Then came the idea to make big banks. The idea to make big banks. And now they are talking that all the country needs big banks to support the long-term finances for infrastructure. Now the same government has committed to the International Monetary Fund. In the month of February 2025, there is a report which is in the public domain. The IMF says, consolidate, merge and privatize all the public sector banks in India. The government says, we are on the path of doing this. Already we have decided that 2 public sector banks will be privatized. And the IDBI bank, very shortly, we are going to sell this IDBI bank. So the narrative that has been set, that we need long-term banks, the idea behind is something else, the agenda is something else. And to substantiate that, it is the IFCI, the ICICI, the IDBI, these are the long-term public sector banks. It is at the behest of the IMF and the World Bank that these banks were privatized. It is the UTI Mutual Fund. It is at the behest of the IMF and the World Bank that this was privatized. Your Aadhaar, your GST, even the smart city is also at the advice of the International Finance Capital, because they say that nothing should be given free, when the water should not be given free and the municipality should be in the private hands. So we must understand the policies of this country are not decided in this parliament. It is decided somewhere else. Now coming back to the issue, the recruitment not happening, the AI coming into the banking system, and more officers who are exploited more. They don't have the protection of many of the statute which you have. And I fear what Comrade Amarjit Kaur, Madam, was saying with the new labor law, whether that protection will be available to you or not. But Madam, let me assure you, we are going to hit these streets, whatever law may be there in this country, be it 5-day banking, be it PLI, be it privatization. If we, the employees of the public sector bank, we decide that we are not going to be privatized, we are not going to be sold, you sell the bank, you cannot sell us, that is the day the government has to think otherwise. So we assure you that we are not going to take care of us. But I also appeal to our United Forum of Bank Unions, my friend, Comrade CHB, that time has come to unionize the banking correspondents, the customer service points, so much of outsourcing going on. So in that way, once we do that, maybe in the time to come, the trade union will also flourish in the private sector bank. We also request the all central trade unions to support the cause of the United Forum of the Bank Union so that we can unionize in the private sector bank. Once we unionize in the private sector bank, the government's agenda, the corporate agenda to privatize the public sector bank will be over. In that way, the entire banking sector will be under the trade unions, and the employees' rights and their whatever rights and benefits will be taken care of. And finally, we must understand, if we don't exist in future, there will be no job for our children in the banking system. And our children, they will be gig workers of this country. So the time has also come to speak for them, to stand for them, because we are the privileged class. We are the top 1% earner in this country. And if, as a trade union, we don't take this step and we start thinking beyond our benefits, perks, pass दिन banking तो हम छीन के लेंगे. आप सोचिए मत. हम स्ट्राइक किए थे, वो घबरा गए थे, घबराने के बाद पीएलआई उन्होंने दिया डिवाइड एंड रूल करने के लिए। उस पर भी हम घबराए नहीं, उसको भी हम रोक के रखे हैं, हम उसको भी नहीं देने देंगे। और 5 दिवसीय बैंक भी हम लेके रहेंगे। जब सारा दुनिया 4-डे बैंकिंग की बात करें, हम उस पर भी जाएंगे, इस पर आप एश्योरेंस रखिए। ट्रेड यूनियंस अपने सोच के हिसाब से टैक्टिकल मूव हमें करना पड़ता है, हर आपकी मांग को हम रखेंगे। इस समय हमें न केवल 5 दिवसीय बैंकिंग के बारे में बात करना, हमें इसके बारे में बात करना है। जो हमारे सीनियर एग्जीक्यूटिव है, पीएलआई आप एक चेहरा देख रहे हैं कि 14 लाख से 40 लाख दिया जाएगा। अगला चेहरा ये है कि जो लास्ट के 20% है उन्हें एक्सटेंशन नहीं दिया जाएगा। दिस सर्कुलर हैज आल्सो केम व्हेन ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ मनी वाज गिवन। दिस गवर्नमेंट व्हेन दे आर not positive about updation of pension, when to fight for a single rupee you have to give a strike call. This government has become so magnanimous that every year they have provided for 8,900 crores to give incentive to 5% of your employees in the banking system. Don't you understand the design? The design is to see that the last 20% they will not give an extension when they attain the age of 55 and 58. That instruction has parallelly come. Normally our tendency to see is the brighter side of the thing. So much of money has gone, but the other side, and let me also share with you, 2 officers, chief managers in a bank, I will not name the bank, in the city of Kolkata, they are not given extension very recently because they were in the last bracket. It is because of the unions in the through persuasion that has been taken care of. Days are not far that 20% इस जगह से senior management को हटाया जाएगा, फिर 20% a day will come, maybe it will come to each one of us. हम पे भी ये implement किया जाएगा, आप पे भी इसको implement किया जाएगा. So if you don't stand for them, we are not against they are getting more, but we are against that in that way they are trying to divide the industry. 5% of the people will be given so much of money and 95% will be deprived. 300 crore से सारा industry को हम take care कर सकते थे, और आप 4,000 करोड़ दे रहे हो सिर्फ 5% लोगों के लिए. That also we have to stop, and we have to stop the way they are trying to exploit the senior management. If they are exploiting the senior management, they will be exploiting all of us. That is the danger we must understand. So with these few words, I thank Comrade CHB for inviting me, and I'm so happy to be here, and I wish the conference a grand success. Thank you so much.
Comrades, I have talked to Comrade Rupam. I will also talk to all of our UOB leaders. Now we see that government is trying to divide the employees and officers in the name of PLI. So we have suggested to him, next chapter demand should be given jointly by all the 9 unions, not officers separately or employees separately. He has also welcomed it, but formally we'll discuss in the UOB.
I must also thank the workmen unions, the 5 workmen unions, and all of you for standing with the officers when you never question your leaders, where is my PLI? And I'm so happy. The officers were questioning why PLI is not coming. I'm so happy for the messenger working a branch standing with the leaders. Kindly convey my gratitude to all of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Comrade Rupam. Now I request Comrade Rajesh Kumar, General Secretary, All India LIC Employees Federation, to come and greet our conference. Comrade Rajesh.
Comrade Nagar, President of the meeting, the firebrand leader of the working class of India, Comrade Amarjit Kaur, my mentor, my guide, Comrade CHV, I bring warm greetings to all the AIBEA comrades from All India LIC Employees Federation. And what a way to start the conference. 80 साल का हुआ ये हमारा AIBA. AIBA is an organization that has stood as a pillar of resistance, commitment, and progressive working class of India. Comrades, my previous speakers have touched upon artificial intelligence, digitalization, automation. In fact, I would also like to highlight few points about what is happening in India and rest of the world and how the workers are being attacked. Before that, comrades, we should be really proud of AIBA. I was seeing the report, a clerk joining in April 2026 draws a salary of 48,531 rupees per month. An IT professional joining either TCS, Wipro, or Infosys, freshers, they are drawing a salary of around 28,000 rupees per month. Just see the difference. A fresher of, after doing 4 years of engineering, joining Infosys or TCS or Wipro, draws only a salary of 28,000 rupees per month, whereas a clerk joining in banks draws a salary of 48,531. In Tata Steel, the place where I come from, a GT, graduate trainees, those who have completed their BTech, if they are joining, they are being offered a CTC of around 6.7 lakhs per month. If you calculate the CTC of a bank employee, of a clerk, he will be drawing more than 6.7 lakh. Why this is happening is, it's just because we have, or we are fortunate that we have a very strong trade union that exists in banking sector in India. Now transformation is taking place at a very rapid speed in banks. In LIC, I can tell you, digitalization is going on at an unprecedented level. About 10 years back, in a branch of LIC, of a moderate business volume was having a staff of 30, including officers and employees. Within 10 years, the strength has gone down by 1/3, around 10 staffs. And I fear in days to come, you'll have hardly 3 to 4 employees, officers working in an LIC branch. Now, why this changes is taking place? I will quote a specific example of a Xiaomi mobile plant, which is there in Changping, in the district of Beijing. That mobile plant of Xiaomi is situated in 80,000 square meters. It has 11 floors. It is also called the dark factory. Imagine a plant, a mobile plant of 80,000 square meter. The size you can gauge, it is equivalent to 11 football field. Having 11 floors, no light, not a single worker is working in that plant. The plant is running 24/7. Robots, AI, sensors are working in the floor, producing one mobile phone in 1 second. Just imagine where this artificial intelligence is taking us. And there are experts, technical experts like Elon Musk, father of AI, Jeffrey Hilden. They are predicting that in another 5 to 8 years, you will have hospitals without surgeons. You will have schools without teachers. You will have shop floor, factories like Maruti, Tata Motors, Mahindra, without a single worker. Maybe in banks, not a single employee will be there. Maybe in LIC, not a single employee will be there. And This threat of AI is threat to the mankind, which I believe. This AI is also creating one more, I could say, a big distortion in the society. The gap between the rich and the poor are increasing. All of you must be knowing that 10% of India's population, the top 10% of the India's population are earning or has 77% of the India wealth. You have one person, Elon Musk. A single man owns around the bottom 53% of American household wealth. This distortion that is taking place in the society is again the gift of artificial intelligence, and I really fear where the working class will go to. There is one more person, Jeff Bezos. He was the founder of Amazon. He's raising $100 billion from the market. And you know, Amazon has big warehouse around the world. He is saying that we will be replacing each and every worker of the warehouse by robots. Now the threat of artificial intelligence is no more a distant dream. Comrades, the working class in India, especially the AITUC, AIBEA, has been the torchbearer in protecting the working class interest. The government of India, I will not get into the detail of what they are doing by way of amending the labor codes by Shram Shakti 2025. Even the judiciary is not taking care of the workers at large. I will give you two examples. In LIC, there were many temporary employees, and they were working for pretty long years. So we had taken up the case. We fought in the court of law, and in the CGIT we lost. In the High Court we won. Then the LIC went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court we won. Then the matter was again referred to the double bench. Again we won. Then the matter was again taken to the 5-judge bench. In that also we won. LIC filed a review petition which was again dismissed. Then LIC resorted to the last level of appeal, that is the curative petition. That curative petition was also dismissed by the Supreme Court. Now, the LIC management had to observe around 7,000 of Class 4 employees and 5,000 of Class 3 employees. Listen, comrades, no need to clap. Now, what happened? The Supreme Court gave a judgment. The curative petition was dismissed. The management did not honor the Supreme Court judgment. So we as a union again went to the Supreme Court telling that there is a contempt of court and the Supreme Court judgment has not been honored by the LIC management. That case was heard again in the Supreme Court, but now a different judge was hearing that case. And his name was Justice Chandrachud, who later on became the Chief Justice of India. He dismissed that petition. The LIC's workers' case was dismissed, and he said nothing doing. No absorption, no employment will be given by LIC because LIC is a public institution. Just pay them a lump sum amount and send them back home. This is the state of judiciary. The case was filed for contempt petition. But the judge wrongly interpreted and he gave a judgment in favor of the LIC. Second, on 17th September 1982, a very famous judgment in favor of the working class was given by Justice P.N. Bhagwati. He said that minimum wage is a fundamental right. By equating minimum wage with the fundamental right, he gave a big relief to the working class. When an employer was not paying minimum wage to the workers could directly file the case in the High Court or the Supreme Court. Recently, the Supreme Court is again revisiting that judgment and is telling that if minimum wage is not being paid, fundamental right is not being violated. This comes under the category of statutory right. Now, by changing from fundamental right to statutory right, what implication it has? Now, if minimum wage is not paid, and the Supreme Court subsequently rules that now this is a statutory right, the workers cannot go to the court. They have to move the labor courts. The justice will come in 17 years, 20 years. When the workers die, then also the justice will not come. This is the state of the employer, of the state, and the judiciary. The only hope that a worker has is their own unity, their own trade union. So let me say, at present, the fight is not for some economic demands. It is not for jobs. It is fight for saving the people of India, for financial inclusion in India. Let this conference give a strong message. The working class is united, the trade unions are alive and fighting, and that we will not allow the hard-earned benefits or gains of decades to be rolled back. I wish the conference a grand success, and I hope in days to come, a broader unity amongst the financial sector between the banks, the LIC and GIC will prevail. Now remember, comrades, we are in the organized sector. We are earning, or we are the affluent class. The employees of LIC and banks are the affluent class because as per Goldman Sachs report, in India, if a worker is earning more than 70,000 rupees per month, they are affluent. We are amongst the 4% of the working class. The rest 96% are living in a miserable condition, earning 10,000, 12,000, 13,000, 15,000 rupees per month, with no rights, no justice. I come from a place which is a hub for Tata's factories. 2 days before I was coming, there's a plant called Tata Motors. They have launched a VRS scheme, and it is not VRS. Employee above the age of 40 are being called by the managers, and they are asked simply to resign. At the age of 40, people are asked to quit, forced to quit. And it's not that the jobs are not there. Again, a contract employee, a fixed term employee are being employed in that job with a salary of 8,000, 10,000 rupees. So permanent jobs are being displaced by the contract workers, by fixed term employment, by the apprentice employees. So my only appeal, and I have a great hope, as long as Comrade CHB and AIBEA is fighting along, the working class has a great hope. I hope this conference goes in making a historic decision in favor of the working class. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Rajesh. Definitely, AIBA will not only work along with your organization, but it is our desire and endeavor, entire financial sector, banks and insurance, we should work together, encompassing all the unions. That's why in the last two struggles also, we discussed with All India Insurance Employees Association, BIFI, AIBOA, LIC Federation. We'll also again meet GIC comrades. That's very much necessary, and we thank you for your presence here. Now I would request Comrade Sanjay Khan, General Secretary of the AIBOA, to come and greet us. Sanjay Khan is our own AIBOA.
Respected Chairman of this Reception Committee, Professor Babu Matthew ji, respected President of All India Bank Employees Association, Comrade Rajan Nagar, Madam Amarjit Kaur, our leader, guide, mentor, and the General Secretary of All India Trade Union Congress, the galaxy of leaders from the United Forum of Bank Unions, Comrade Balaji from NCB, Comrade Rupam Ray from IBOC, Comrade Manmohandas from NOBW, and Comrade O.P. Sharma from INWEF. And the beloved leader, darling leader of the bank employees, the General Secretary of All India Bank Employees Association, Comrade C.H. Venkatachalam, the charming, handsome and victorious General Secretary of AIBA, Comrade CHV, and my dear fighting comrades of AIBA. I am deeply delighted to be here amongst you on this happy occasion of the celebration of 80 years of successful, purposeful existence of AIBA. It is profound privilege for me to extend warmest greeting and solidarity to this 30th conference of AIBA on behalf of All India Bank Officer Association. Comrade, this milestone gathering marks 8 decades of unwavering commitment of AIBA to protect the right of the bank workers. And we celebrate it as a shared victory as a banking fraternity. This 80 years of successful existence is no celebration of complacency. It is a battle cry against all the attacks and challenges coming before us in this fast-changing world of banking. Comrades, as we stand at the cusp of new era in Indian banking, marked by digital transformation, artificial intelligence, economic recovery post-pandemic, and new labor code, and relentless pressure of mergers and privatization, threats along with the regulatory overreach, our unity is more vital and important. Never our unity was so important as it is today to challenge the challenge thrown on us by the government and the management. Comrade, as we all know, this artificial intelligence is the new weapon in the capitalist arsenal ravaging the public sector banks. The AI chatbots displace job, algorithm dictate workloads, the facial recognition surveillance turns the branch as a big brother prison. These issues has to be fought. We reject this technological driven tyranny and AIBO and AIBA will fight this attack tooth and nail. We all know, comrade, this 5 days banking. After agreeing during the course of bipartite, the government has ditched us. And it is still eluding us. And for that, we have already gone for the strike, one-day strike on 27th January. And thereafter, irked by our agitation under the banner of United Forum of Bank Union, the government has unleashed the next dose of attack in the form of PLI. The worst kind of the PLI ever witnessed in the industries, what we today perceive. The few executives have been given at the cost of the mass frontline staff who bring business, who bring all kind of banking activities, but this frontline staff has never been acknowledged by the government, their contribution and their entire thing. This is a class warfare, comrade, one must understand. AIBO condemned it as a divide and rule tactics, and we demand equitable incentive for all the bank employees and officers. It is a history, comrade, that AIBO and AIBA have marched soldier to soldier for decades, fighting for wage justice, securing dignified post-retired life, fighting against the casualization of the jobs, and for the preservation of the public sector banks that serves the poor and middle class of this nation, that saves the economy of the nation. Today, on this historic occasion, we reiterate our resolve that officers and workmen unity will never be defeated. The challenges ahead are formidable, but our unity is rock-like. We can overcome any challenge thrown on us, whether it is pending demand of 5 days, whether it is a pending demand of equitable PLI, and whether it is a demand of defined pension over the new pension scheme. Yet, this city, Bengaluru, the Silicon Valley of India, reminds us of innovation power. Let us harness it for the benefit of the employees, not by empowering, not by exploitation. Through the skill upgradation, gender equity, and the technology that serves, not supplants the human efforts. AIBA plays full support to the deliberation of AIBA conference. Together we will forge an action plan to secure our rightful demand in the coming bipartite and secure improvement in service condition and strengthen the UFBU voice and build a banking system that truly embodies equity, justice, and fair play. Comrade, I, on behalf of AIBOA and on my personal behalf, greet and congratulate each and every members of the AIBA, the delegates, observers, and congratulate on this historic occasion and wish this conference a grand success. I am sure that the deliberation during delegate session will decide a new direction for ongoing struggle against the exploitation against bank workforce. In the words of shared legacy, Adhikari Karamchari Ekta Jindabad, AIBO unity long live, Indian mass working employees and officers unity long live. As you are aware, comrade, that we have decided from the UFBU to unleash next dose of our agitation that has already commenced from the 18th. And we have to implement all our program in all the banks, in all the stations, in all the headquarters, so that our two demands, most important demands, that PLI as well as 5 days banking could be realized. क्या हम लोग लड़ेंगे? लड़ेंगे? आवाज नहीं आ रही जोर से? Very good, very good. तो मैं इसी शब्दों के साथ अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा कि चिराग देखकर मेरे मचल रही थी हवा, चिराग देखकर मेरे मचल रही है हवा, इधर कुछ दिनों से बहुत तेज चल रही है हवा। बना रहे हैं जो मंसूबे हमारे बर्बादी के, उन्हें पता ही नहीं कि रुख बदल चुकी है हवा। थैंक यू कॉमरेड, थैंक यू, विशिंग दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस ग्रेट सक्सेस।
Wow, wow. Thank you, Comrade Sanjay. Now I request the President of the NCBE, Comrade Balaji, to come and greet our conference. Comrade Balaji.
President of the meeting and President of All India Bank Employees Association, Comrade Rajan Nagarji, Chairman of the Reception Committee, Professor Babu Matthew ji, Inaugurator and General Secretary of All India Trade Union Congress, Comrade Amarjit Kaur, Madam, Comrade Jayant, Secretary Reception Committee, Comrade Lalita Joshi ji, leaders from the United Forum of Bank Unions, Comrade Rupam ji, Comrade Debasish ji, Comrade Manmohan ji, Comrade O.P. Sharma ji, Comrade Sanjay Khan ji, leaders from affiliated organizations of All India Bank Employees Association, delegates, observers, and the tallest leader of bank trade union movement. Of course, I follow him, so I should call him as my guru also. General Secretary of All India Bank Employees Association, Comrade CHV sir. Good evening to you all. On behalf of National Confederation of Bank Employees, I extend my revolutionary greetings to you all. This conference is a significant conference. This 30th conference of All India Conference of All India Bank Employees Association is a significant conference because it is being held through an agitation period. Yesterday we conducted black ribbon agitation from United Forum of Bank Unions. So we are in the agitation path, and this conference will further resolve to strengthen our agitation. I am hopeful that. As for United Forum of Bank Unions, while going through the history pages, what are the achievements of this United Forum of Bank Unions? This United Forum of Bank Unions is an umbrella organization for all the bank unions formed under the one umbrella, where it is only in this banking industry where there is a common wage negotiation, where there is a common disciplinary proceedings. All these were achieved only through the efforts of United Forum of Bank Unions. And the catalyst for formation of this United Forum of Bank Unions was Comrade Tarakeshwar Chakravarti, former General Secretary of All India Bank Employees Association. Today, the benefits that we enjoy, all the bank employees, be it in public sector banks or be it in private sector or RRBs, it is only because of the United Forum of Bank Unions. So, friends, in the 12th bipartite settlement, the United Forum of Bank Unions did not demand improvement in wages for serving staff. For the first time, ex gratia was sanctioned in the 12th bipartite settlement. For the pensioners also. And now, United Forum of Bank Unions is demanding improvements in pension under the guidance of Comrade CHV. While after listening to Madam, I want to share a data. Today, the strength of officers and award staff in the entire banking industry is 7,57,000. All these 7,57,000 employees are governed under bipartite settlement, joint note, common disciplinary proceedings. In these 12 public sector banks, there are 7,57,000 officers and award staff. Are we aware? The earlier Congress government, during 2006, they regulated financial inclusion. Financial inclusion was old age pension, those days was distributed through money orders. There was difficulty in payment of MNREGS, wages. So they devised through RBI a model called business correspondent model. This business correspondent model is also, these business correspondents are called as bank mitras in some other banks also. These business correspondents, they will go and deliver old age pension in the house of that pensioner, which will be credited to the bank account. They will deliver MNREGS wages to the workers. This was done in unbanked areas, in a village where no branch of a bank existed. Today, the number of business correspondents in 12 public sector banks is 16.6 lakhs. While we are working under organized sector, in 12 public sector banks, the number of armed guards, the number of jewel appraisers, the number of part-time temporary sweepers. These temporary sweepers in bank branches are drawing their salary in some other different names. One day as Rama, next day as Krishna, next day as another name. For years together, with the hope that they will be absorbed in the banking service. So, not only this, today, recruitment. Yes, there is an improvement in recruitment. But whether this improvement is commensurate with the staffing pattern? No. Banks are independently devising their own manpower policies. They are not adhering to the basic rule that each branch should have one cashier and one customer service associate. The minimum requirement of clerical staff in a branch is 2. But many bank managements are telling only 2 clerks is enough. Because all the banks, invariably, they are telling 98% of their transactions are digital. If 98% of transactions are digital, where is the need to expand branches? Why we should open branches? Today, banks are rapidly opening branches. Goyelji told, banks are doing good profit. How this profit is coming? Because of the sacrifices of these temporary employees. Because of the non-payment of adequate salary to them. What is happening in private sector banks who are party to the bipartite settlement? In the private sector banks which are party to the bipartite settlement, now bank managements are recruiting staff only under C2C, cost to company. Digital, everything is digitalized. Yes, everything is digitalized. RBI is releasing advertisements for cyber fraud literacy. Whether that has happened, who has been arrested under digital fraud? It is not an innocent, illiterate customer. It is the high-profile customer has been cheated under digital fraud. In the year 25-26, more than 36,000 crore has been cheated through cyber frauds. So, the challenges before us are not only 5-day banking or privatization. there are more challenges for us. Even in the recent past, you would have seen that the bank managements were not, the bank managements were directed to pay performance-linked incentive. Even when the matter is pending conciliation. Friends, artificial intelligence, yes, it is a challenge. But we should remember, when computers were introduced in the banking industry, the United Forum of Bank Unions negotiated with the management, negotiated with the IBA, they agitated, and we got one increment as for this computerization. So, United Forum of Bank Union, with the guidance of Comrade CHV, should will fight with the government to bring down a legislation on AI. Because AI should be fairly used. So with this, there are issues confronting the bank employees. When AIBA was formed in the year 1946, the reason for formation, the need for the formation is no different from today. Today it is more required. We have to be more vigilant, we have to be more aware, we have to be ready for struggle even in short notice. Not only against labor codes or privatization, but threat on our employment. With this, I am sure that this 30th All India Conference of All India Bank Employees Association will ponder into it, and I wish this conference a thundering success. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, Comrade Balaji. Thank you very much. Now I am very happy to invite Comrade Debasish Basu Chowri, General Secretary of Bank Employees Federation of India, to come and greet us.
Comrade Rajan Nagar, President of AIBEA, as well as President of this open session. Professor Babu Matthew, Comrade Amarjit Kaur, Comrade CHV, Comrade B.S. Rambabu, Comrade Lalita Joshi, Comrade Jayanath, Comrade Sanjay Khan, Comrade Rajesh Kumar, my colleagues in United Forum of Bank Unions, Comrade Rupam Ray, Comrade Balaji, Comrade O.P. Sharma, Comrade Manmohandas, leaders, dignitaries, guests, delegates, observers, and friends attending this 30th conference in the 80th year of All India Bank Employees Association. On behalf of Bank Employees Federation of India, I extend warmest revolutionary greetings to the 30th conference of the All India Bank Employees Association as it steps into its historic 80th year. Congratulations to you all. Red salute. This is not merely a conference. It is a celebration of 8 decades of relentless struggle, sacrifices, and steadfast commitment to the cause of bank employees and the broader working class of our country. I pay respectful homage to the stalwarts who are no more with us, who formed AIBEA, and at the same time, I express deep regards and appreciation to Comrade Sundaresan and all the senior leaders who are present with us, who took forward the bank employees movement during these long years. 80 years is not just a passage of time. It is a legacy built through battles fought on the streets, in negotiation tables, and within banking institutions, where the voice of the employees had to be asserted against overwhelming odds. AIBEA's journey is inseparable from the history of India's banking sector itself. From the days of colonial exploitation, as AIBEA was formed in 1946, before the independence of the country, to the era of bank nationalization, and from the struggles for bipartite settlements to the current resistance against neoliberal onslaughts. AIBEA has stood as a pillar of strength and clarity. We in Bank Employees Federation of India express satisfaction in working shoulder to shoulder with AIBEA in many of these defining moments, like merger of the public sector banks against labor codes and several other class-oriented issues, including countrywide general strikes at the core of the joint platform of the central trade unions and independent federation, against the anti-labor, anti-worker, anti-nation policies of the ruling dispensation from time to time. We are proud constituents of the World Federation of Trade Unions. Our shared commitment to class unity, democratic functioning, and ideological clarity has helped shape the trade union movement in the banking industry. Differences in approach on some issues have never weakened the larger unity of purpose to defend the rights of the employees and to protect banking as a public good. Comrades, we meet at a time when the challenges before us are profound and complex. The policies pursued in recent years have consistently aimed at diluting the public character of the banking. The push for privatization of public sector banks attempt to increase foreign direct investment, the steady encouragement to corporate control over financial institutions, and the growing influence of global finance capital all point towards a direction that is fundamentally at odds with the needs of a developing, unequal society like ours. It is being propagated that privatization will bring efficiency. It is being claimed that privatization of the public sector banks and financial institutions will not be affected, but our lived experience and empirical evidence tells a different story. Public sector banks have been the backbone of financial inclusion, whether it is opening zero balance accounts like PMJDY, extending credit to agriculture and MSMEs, or implementing government schemes like Atal Pension Yojana, Surakha Bima Yojana, Jivan Jati Bima Yojana in the remotest corners of the country. To weaken them is to weaken the very foundation of inclusive growth. At the same time, we are witnessing attempts to undermine collective bargaining. Long-standing mechanisms of negotiations are being bypassed. Unilateral decisions, whether in the form of performance-linked incentive or service conditions, are being imposed in violation of settled agreements. The reluctance to implement even agreed demands like 5-day banking exposes a deeper disregard for the spirit of dialogue and mutual respect. The implementation of the labor codes further adds to our concern. These codes, brought in without consultation with trade unions, threaten to curtail the rights of workers and collective bargaining, weaken unionization, and conciliatory mechanism also tilt the balance decisively in favor of employers. In such a scenario, the role of organizations like AIBEA and BFI becomes even more important. Although it is a fact that by passing an act, all the practice and procedures cannot be changed overnight. Till a single blood is there in the worker's body, the labor codes will be fought tooth and nail. And AIBEA and BFI believes that it can be fought only on the streets and that we are doing together. History teaches us that rights are never given, they are won through struggles. The achievements we take for granted today, job security, defined working hours, pension, social security, are the result of sustained collective action spanning decades. And it is that tradition of struggles that must guide us in the present for a better and secured future. But struggle alone is not enough. It must be guided by clarity of vision and ideology. We must recognize that the issues confronting bank employees are not isolated. They are part of a larger policy framework driven by neoliberal ideology. Therefore, our response must also be broad-based, forging alliance with other sections of the working class, farmers, and progressive forces. Unity is our greatest strength. The unity of bank employees and officers, the unity across unions and federations, and the unity of the broader working class movement. This is what has enabled us to resist adverse policies in the past, and this is what will determine our success in the future also. On the occasion of AIBEA's 80th year, it is also important to reflect on the values that have sustained the great organization: democracy, transparency, accountability, and ideological commitment. These are not mere words. They are practices that must be continuously nurtured in a time when individualism and careerism are being aggressively promoted. The spirit of collectivism and solidarity must be consciously reinforced. We must also pay our homage to the generations of leaders and activists who built AIBEA brick by brick. Many of them faced victimization, imprisonment, and personal hardship, yet they remained unwavering in their commitment to the cause. Their legacy is not just in the institutions they built, but in the consciousness they created. The future will test us in many ways. Technological changes, digital banking, and the evolving nature of financial services will pose fresh challenges. While we must adapt to these changes, we must also ensure that they do not become tools for exploitation through job losses, increased workload, or erosion of service conditions. The environment within the banking sector have completely changed during the last 2 to 3 decades. The workforce is predominantly young, joined during the last 15 years, and will remain in banks for more than 3 decades. Carrying forward the legacy of the trade union movement in banks rests upon them only. Hence, it is high time that we rise to the occasion. Secondly, the banks are functioning with more temporary workers than permanent employees. Temporary workers means daily wagers, contractual workers, business correspondents, now these apprentices, and after implementation of fixed-term employment, if they succeed to do so, they will be more than the permanent employees. These temporary workers are subjected to inhuman exploitation and comprehended to be utilized against the class-based struggle of the bank employees in the days to come as reserved army. It is imperative in our part to address the issue befittingly. The question before us is not whether change will come, it certainly will. The question is, who will shape that change and in whose interest? Our role as trade unions is to ensure that the interest of workers and the common people remain central. As we extend our greetings to this 30th conference, we are confident that AIBEA will continue to play its historic role with renewed vigor. The deliberations of this conference, the resolutions adopted, and the programs of action decided will have a significant bearing not only on bank employees, but on the direction of the banking sector itself. Bank Employees Federation of India reiterates its commitment to strengthening unity, intensifying struggles, and defending the public sector character of banking. Together, we must carry forward the legacy of the past and rise to the challenges of the present. We appreciate the theme of the conference, Unite for a Better Tomorrow. Let this conference send out a strong message that bank employees of India are united, vigilant, and determined, that we will not allow the hard-won gains of decades to be rolled back. that we stand not only for our own rights, but for a banking system that serves the people, not profits. For BFI, the Conference of All India Bank Employees Association is not another conference. It is a conference which is guided by ideology of the working class. Once again, we convey our heartfelt greetings and best wishes for the grand success of this historic conference. Thank you all for inviting and giving us an opportunity for a historic conference that will guide the bank employees movement in the future. Thank you, comrades. Great salute once again.
Comrades, BFI was formed, but over the period we have seen the differences have almost narrowed down, and particularly under the leadership of Debasish, we have been working together. From AIBEA, this conference, we once again repeat and reiterate, at the earliest, AIBEA and BFI should come together. Thank you very much, Comrade Basu. Now I request Comrade O.P. Sharma, Om Prakash Sharma, General Secretary, Indian National Bank Employees Federation, to greet us.
आदरणीय नागर जी, प्रेसिडेंट AIBEA, श्री वेंकटाचलम जी, जनरल सेक्रेटरी, और AITUC के जनरल सेक्रेटरी अमरजीत कौर जी, सभी वरिष्ठ साथी UFBU के डायस पर बैठे हुए, और ऑफ द डायस पूरे देश के प्रदेशों से आए हुए बहुत ही इंटेलिजेंट लीडर्स AIBEA के, मैं आप सबको अपनी तरफ से, INBEF की तरफ से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और आशा करता हूं कि ये बहुत अच्छे डिसीजंस लेगी जो कि बैंक एम्प्लॉइज़ के हित के लिए होंगे। इसके अलावा ज़्यादा समय ना लेते हुए 2-3 बात जरूर कहूँगा, क्योंकि आया हूँ तो हाजिरी भी लगानी जरूरी है। इस बाईपार्टाइट और पहले बाईपार्टाइट के दौरान मैंने एक चीज़ का अनुभव किया कि नेगोशिएशंस के अंदर जो वेंकटाचलम जी का अनुभव और मेहनत इतने वर्षों की थी, उसका रंग अपने आप दिखाई देता था और हर चीज के ऊपर एक स्पष्ट चीज नजर आती थी कि क्या होना चाहिए, क्या नहीं होना चाहिए, दिखाई देता था। उसी चीज से उत्साहित होते हुए मैं भी कभी कभी ऐसी बातें कह देता था जो ना कहने वाली होती थी, मगर वो भी चल जाती थी। ये एक इत्तेफाक की बात थी। UFBU की मीटिंग हो रही थी तो मैंने ऐसे ही बोल दिया कि हम डिमांड जो कर रहे हैं कि भाई अपडेशन पेंशन का होना चाहिए, तो हम पेंशन रूल्स रेगुलेशंस में अमेंडमेंट क्यों नहीं मांग रहे हैं? जब है नहीं तो ये अगर हो जाए एक बार तो जो हमेशा के लिए झगड़ा खत्म हो जाएगा। चांस की बात, मैंने तो पहली बार UFBU की मीटिंग में ये बात कही थी और वेंकटाचलम साहब ने वो सर्कुलर में डाल दी कि वो ऐड कर दी गई कि भाई ये भी जो एक डिमांड हो गई। ऐसे ही एक मौका और आया, उसमें जिस दिन चार्टर ऑफ डिमांड डिस्कस हो रहा था, उस दिन डिस्कस होने के बाद बंदलिश जी ने मुझे बोला, भाई तुम भी कुछ कह लो। मैं बोला जी अब क्या कहूँगा, जो चार्टर ऑफ डिमांड है वो पूरी तरह से डिस्कस हो चुका है, अब इसमें कहने की कोई बात है नहीं। रहने दो। वो बोले नहीं जाओ, तुम भी चले जाओ, बोलो कुछ कहो, जो तुम्हारे दिल में आए वो कह देना। तो उस दिन पता नहीं क्यों मेरे मन में आया कि मैंने वहाँ बोला कि भाई सर आप कभी व्हाट्सएप भी देखते हैं? तो वो बोले चेयरमैन साहब कमेटी के, हाँ हाँ देखता ही नहीं हूँ, अच्छी तरह से उसमें घुस जाता हूँ। तो मैं बोला साहब फिर तो आसानी बात हो गई। तो मैंने बोला साहब आपने देखा होगा कि लोग कैसे कैसे आरोप लगाते हैं लीडर्स के ऊपर, इधर बैठे हुए हैं, कि ये इसलिए देर करते हैं सेटलमेंट करने में कि एरियर ज़्यादा बनेगा और इनको लेवी ज़्यादा मिलेगी, जबकि ऐसा होता नहीं है। तो वो मुस्कराने लगे। तो मैं बोला जी मैं चाहता हूँ कि जो इस बार का सेटलमेंट 6 महीने के अंदर हो जाए। उन्होंने अपनी डायरी में बात नोट कर ली। दूसरा फिर मैंने उन्हें बोला कि भाई साहब अगर ये करना है सेटलमेंट तो फिर ऑफ़र भी जो आप देंगे वो रीजनेबल होनी चाहिए, पिछली बार की तरह 2% से शुरू नहीं करना। उन्होंने वो भी नोट कर ली। इस तरह की बातें मैं जो उस वक्त कहीं एजेंडे में नहीं होती थी वो मेरे मुंह से निकल जाती थी, लेकिन उन बातों को भी जो इनकी लीडरशिप में वेंकटाचलम जी की वो पूरी हुई। मैं उनको इस बात का धन्यवाद भी देता हूं और ये भी कहना चाहूँगा कि मुझ जैसे आदमी जिनको कुछ इतनी अकल भी शायद ना हो, मेरा भी जो उन्होंने इस तरह से आगे बढ़ाने में हाथ मेरे कमर पर रखा, मैं इसके लिए उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। और एक बार फिर से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की सफलता के लिए, अच्छे निर्णय लेने के लिए इनबैफ और अपनी तरफ से शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Sharma ji. And now I request the General Secretary of National Organization of Bank Workers, Comrade Manmohandas, to greet our conference. Comrade Manmohan.
CHV सर धन्यवाद। मैं सोच के तो आया था कि बहुत कुछ बोलूँगा, लेकिन लास्ट में मुझे मौका दिया गया है, इसके लिए आपको मैं दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूँ। सबसे ज़्यादा धन्यवाद जो हमारे सामने जो भाई और बहन बैठे हुए हैं उनको मैं देना चाहूँगा। आप लोग रियल हीरो हैं, आप लोग रियल फाइटर हैं, क्योंकि आप लोगों का जो इंडोरेंस पावर में देख रहा हूँ, 4 घंटा कुछ हो रहा है, 4 घंटा क्रॉस हो गया है, लेकिन रियली मैं आपको यहाँ से सैल्यूट करता हूँ। मैं पिछले 4 सालों से CHV जी के साथ में हूँ और अभी कुछ मिनट पहले तक मैं सीखा हूँ बहुत कुछ, तो इसके लिए भी सर आपको धन्यवाद। और आपने हमें बुलाया उसके लिए धन्यवाद। AIBA का 80th एनिवर्सरी आप मना रहे हैं, उसके लिए हमारे NOW की तरफ से ढेर शुभकामनाएं। आपका ये 30th कॉन्फ्रेंस है, उसके लिए भी मैं दिल से आपको बधाइयाँ देना चाहता हूँ NOW की तरफ से। साथियों, आपने पिछले 5-6 वर्षों में कुछ पॉजिटिविटी देखी होगी यूबीओ के अंदर। आज यूबीओ यूनाइटेडली बिना किसी डिस्प्यूट के आगे बढ़ रहा है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपने नई नई देखी होंगी। पेंशनर्स का अभी पिछले 2 दिन पहले एक्स ग्रेसिया रिव्यू पर एक मीटिंग हुआ, जो कि पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है। आपको 12 बाइपार्टाइट में 1% खासकर पेंशनर्स के लिए दिया गया, और यूबीओ का एक सुझाव था। रिजाइनीज का मोस्ट अवेटेड, जो बहुत कुछ 3-4 हज़ार रिजाइनीज बचे हुए थे, तो उनको भी भारत सरकार ने मौका दिया। ये इसमें यूबीओ का हाथ था। 5 डेज में हम लोगों ने यूनाइटेडली फाइट किया। अब सुनने में आ रहा है कि 5 डेज लास्ट स्टेज पे है, और उम्मीद करते हैं कि आने वाले समय में वो अवश्य लागू होगा। 12 बाइपार्टाइट आपने देखा विद इन 11 मंथ हुआ, और अभी गोयल साहब भी बोल के गए, और हम लोग बाइपार्टाइट भी बनाना शुरू करेंगे। तो उम्मीद करते हैं कि 30 नवंबर 2027 को हमें बढ़ी हुई सैलरी मिलेगी। साथियों, मैं ज़्यादा ना कह के मैं पुनः आपके इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए तहे दिल से धन्यवाद दूंगा, शुभकामनाएं दूंगा। और अगला 4 दिन आप जो लोग मंथन करेंगे, उसमें से जो अमृत निकलेगा वो हम सबके काम आने वाला है। साथ ही साथ मैं CSP जी को फिर अगेन धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि आपने हमको यहाँ बुलाया, कुछ कहने का मौका दिया। इसी के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देते हुए आज अक्षय तृतीया और परशुराम जयंती की भी शुभकामनाएं देने के साथ साथ आपको बधाइयाँ देता हूँ। जय हिंद, वंदे मातरम, भारत माता की जय।
Comrade, you know, they are from BMS Union, but even then, in United Forum, AIBEA, MOW, we are all working together. For us, no problem. Vande Mataram bolenge, Bharat Mata ki jai bolenge, Inqilab Zindabad bhi bolenge. Whether he will tell, I don't know, but we will tell. Thank you. Lastly, we would request our President, Comrade Rajan Nagar, to finally make his presidential remarks. Then after that, vote of thanks.
Respected Professor Babu Matthew, respected Comrade Amarjit Kaur, Comrade Rajesh Kumar, Comrade Sanjay Khan, Comrade Rupam Ray, Comrade Balaji, Comrade Debasish Basu Chowri, and Comrade O.P. Sharma ji, GS in BEP. And last, Comrade Manmohandas ji, all leaders of UFBU, and those who are present. After a long opening session, आपकी धैर्य की मैं प्रशंसा करता हूं कि अभी आप लोग हैं। यह एक morning I spoke in English, now I prefer to speak in Hindi. So with your kind permission, whatever my thinking is, I am just placing before you in Hindi. Comrade, बैंक कर्मचारी आंदोलन का सबसे पुराना संगठन, सबसे बड़ा संगठन ऑल इंडिया बैंक एम्प्लॉइज एसोसिएशन आज 80 पार करके कल 81 साल के एग्जिस्टेंस में पहुंचेगा। ये हम सब के लिए बहुत गर्व की बात है। जैसे कॉमरेड रूपम जी ने कहा कि 80 साल का एग्जिस्टेंस किसी संगठन का होना एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। ये होना ही नहीं है, इस संगठन ने इतिहास रचना की है। मैं इसलिए नहीं कह रहा हूं कि मैं इसका प्रेसिडेंट हूं। आई एम स्टिल ए वर्कर। 1946 20 अप्रैल कलकत्ते में जब इस संगठन का फाउंडेशन हुआ था, जन्म हुआ था, बैंक कर्मचारियों की जो हालत थी वो बहुत खराब हालत थी। और जब हमारे लीडरों ने जब इस संगठन को जन्म दिया, बनाया, इसके बाद से हम लड़ते ही रहे। अपने वेतनमान को सामने लाने के लिए, डिफाइंड वेज कंडीशंस, सर्विस कंडीशंस के लिए हम लड़ते रहे। साथ ही साथ कि बैंकिंग सेक्टर को पब्लिक सेक्टर में लाया जाए, जिससे जनता में विश्वास पैदा हो। और हमने बहुत सी लड़ाई लड़ी। AIBA is the first organization which insisted for the bilateral negotiation and settlement of the wage, हमारी मजदूरी का, हमारे सर्विस कंडीशन का। वो पहला सेटलमेंट 1966 का है और इसके बाद 12 सेटलमेंट हो चुके। हम बढ़ते गए। मैं उस इतिहास में नहीं जाना चाहता, किंतु आज जो है हम मल्टीपल चैलेंजेस को फेस कर रहे हैं। अभी जो इंडस्ट्री में अवस्था है, सेटलमेंट होते हैं, उनको ऑनर कराने के लिए भी हमें हड़ताल करनी पड़ती है। जैसे 5 डेज बैंकिंग है, या आज PLI के बारे में जो वायलेशन हो रहा है, उसके बारे में भी हमें सोचना पड़ता है, हड़ताल में जाने की मुहिम करनी पड़ती है। ये अच्छी बात है, गोयल जी कह गए हैं, लेट अस होप। गई बार भी ऐसे कहा गया था कि खत्म होने के आगे ही बाइपार्टाइट हो जाना चाहिए, और बहुत ही जल्दी में 12th बाइपार्टाइट का चार्टर ऑफ डिमांड यूनाइटेड फोरम के सब लोगों ने मिलकर हम लोगों ने सबमिट किया। आपके भी ये आश्वासन है। हम लोग भी बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी होंगे यदि ये आश्वासन सरकार या IBA पूरी करती है। असल में बीच बीच में हमारे इशू फंस जाते हैं, क्योंकि यह देश पिंग पोंग लेबर के बारे में पिंग पोंग डिप्लोमेसी का खेल करता है। IBA एग्री करती है, DFS नकार देता है या लंबित कर देता है। इसे हमें समझना होगा। और हम सिर्फ अपने हितों की बात करने से ही नहीं होगा, हमें ये समझना होगा कि किस तरह की पॉलिसी देश में चलाई जा रही है। फाइनेंशियल पॉलिसी, इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसी या लेबर संक्रांत नीतियां हैं, पॉलिसी। आज जो पॉलिसी चल रही है, वो पॉलिसी में प्राइवेटाइजेशन नंबर 1 एजेंडा है सरकार का। हर चीज को प्राइवेटाइज कर दो, चाहे वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो प्राइवेटाइज कर दो, एयरपोर्ट हो प्राइवेटाइज कर दो, पावर सेक्टर है प्राइवेटाइज कर दो, डिफेंस सेक्टर है प्राइवेटाइज कर दो, LIC है प्राइवेटाइज कर दो। तो ये एक प्राइवेटाइजेशन का एजेंडा जिसके अगेंस्ट में हम लोग जब से इस देश में ये लाया गया, IMF और वर्ल्ड बैंक के निर्देश पर हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं। आज ये हम लोग कह सकते हैं कि बैंकिंग यूनियन ने यूनाइटेड फोरम बनाकर सरकार के बहुत से मंसूबों को हमने पानी फेर दिया। और एक चीज साबित हो गई कि वर्कर यदि कंप्लीट यूनाइटेड रहते हैं तो वो अचीव कर सकते हैं। यूनाइटेडली वी कैन विन। और आज इसलिए यूनाइटेड फोरम ऑफ बैंक यूनियंस को और मजबूत बनाना यह हमारा कर्तव्य होना चाहिए, क्योंकि नीतियां हमारे खिलाफ हैं, नीतियां वर्कर्स के खिलाफ हैं, नीतियां पूंजीपतियों के पक्ष में हैं। हमें राजनीति को भी समझना होगा। किसी एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की राजनीति की बात नहीं है। हमारे हित में जो पॉलिसियां हैं, जो पॉलिटिकल तरीके से सरकार लेती है, उसके विरुद्ध में लड़ने के लिए पॉलिटिकली हमको कॉन्शियस होना पड़ेगा, समझना होगा। आज हमें कंप्लीटली यूनियनाइज कर दिया जा रहा है। इंडस्ट्री में परमानेंट वर्कर के साथ ही साथ इनफॉर्मल वर्कर की संख्याएं बढ़ती जा रही हैं। ये जो बढ़ती जा रही हैं, ये हमारे आंदोलन को कमजोर बनाने की चेष्टा की जा रही है। आज देखिए बिजनेस कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट्स या बैंक मित्रा, जिसकी बात रूपम जी भी कर रहे थे, उनकी संख्याएं इतनी बढ़ रही हैं, बढ़ाई जा रही हैं, और जो क्लरिकल हो या सब स्टाफ का हो या ऑफिसरों का भी काम कर दे रहे हैं, इन सस्ते वर्करों को लाने के लिए सरकार कटिबद्ध है। सरकार ये सोचती है नहीं है, ये इंप्लीमेंट कर रही है। तो ये समय आ सकता है, जैसे AI का खतरा जो हमें यहाँ 2-3 जो लोगों ने भाषण लगाए उसमें भी उन्होंने हमें बतलाया। एक तरफ ये AI का खतरा और दूसरी तरफ ये इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर के बढ़ती तादाद। आने वाले दिनों में यदि हम सजग नहीं होते हैं, नहीं सोचते हैं, तो हम मांग कर सकते हैं, हमारी मांग मानी नहीं जाएगी। आज यूनियन है तो हम शक्तिमान हैं। यूनियन यदि कमजोर कर दिए जाते हैं तो हमारी क्या वो शक्ति रहेगी? ये हम सबको मिलकर सोचना चाहिए। इसलिए डीयूनियनाइजेशन या हमारे जॉब पर जिन चीजों से खतरे आ रहे हैं और जो पॉलिसियां इन खतरों को ला रही हैं, उसके बारे में भी सोचना पड़ेगा। तब ये सोचने से नहीं होगा कि ये पॉलिटिकल स्ट्राइक है। जैसे सोच लीजिए लेबर कोड्स के अगेंस्ट में, जिसके बारे में प्रोफेसर मैथ्यू जी ने या अमरजीत कौर जी ने हमें बतलाया, हम भी ये चर्चा करते रहते हैं। आज ये एक उनकी ये जो समनीति लाई गई है, यह उनकी पॉलिसी है, पॉलिटिकल पॉलिसी है। उसको लड़ने के लिए हमें भी पॉलिटिकली सोचना पड़ेगा। किंतु कभी कभी हम भटक जाते हैं। कभी कभी हम सोचते हैं कि लेबर कोड के अगेंस्ट में यदि जनरल स्ट्राइक सब ट्रेड यूनियन करते हैं तो उसको करने में हमारी जमात के भीतर कहीं कहीं हिचकिचाहट आ जाती है, किंतु ये हम नहीं समझते हैं कि ये खतरा हम सब पर है। वर्किंग क्लास के ऊपर जो आक्रमण हो रहे हैं वही आक्रमण बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री पर, हम पर भी हो रहे हैं। अब धीरे धीरे जैसे आउटसोर्स ऑफ वर्क हम लोग बहुत दिन से इस चीज को चिल्ला रहे हैं। आज ये हमारे दरवाजे पर ऐसा खड़ा हो गया है कि हम सोच नहीं पा रहे हैं कि अल्टीमेटली हमारा क्या होगा, हमारी जॉब सिक्योरिटी का क्या होगा। इसलिए पॉलिटिकल पॉलिसी को पॉलिटिकल ही हमें मुकाबला करना होगा। पॉलिटिकल मीन्स किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की बात मैं नहीं कर रहा, नहीं तो हमारे हित के अगेंस्ट में जो राजनीति है उसको पॉलिटिकल ही हमें मुकाबला करना होगा, उसको पीछे ढकेलना होगा। और मैं कॉन्फिडेंट हूं एज ए वर्कर ऑफ ए ट्रेड यूनियन फॉर मोर देन 50 years कि यह क्षमता हमारे में है, हम यह कर सकते हैं। आज हमारे आंदोलन ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के डिसीजन के बावजूद भी हड़तालें की। 1962 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री में हड़ताल को बंद कर देने की जजमेंट दी है। कॉमरेड प्रभातकर हमारे जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे, उन्होंने हम लोगों को क्या कहा यह कि हड़ताल करने का अधिकार श्रमिक श्रेणी ने लड़के पाया है, लड़के लिया है, और चाहे जो भी जजमेंट हो हम हड़ताल करेंगे। और तब से बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री में 56 के ऊपर हड़तालें हम करते रहे अपनी मांगों के लिए, नेशनलाइजेशन को बचाने के लिए, नेशनलाइजेशन को लाने के लिए, प्राइवेटाइजेशन के विरुद्ध में हमने की। हमने हमारे जॉब पर जो अटैक है उनको भी की, और जो पेंडिंग इशू के नाम पर हमारे इशू लंबित किए जाते हैं उसके विरुद्ध में भी हड़ताल। यह हमारी यूनिटी का फल था। आज भी यूनाइटेड फोरम है, किंतु यूनाइटेड फोरम में कन्वेनर हम लोग अभी भी ठीक नहीं कर पाए। यह मैं इसलिए कर रहा हूं कि यहाँ यूनाइटेड फोरम के हम सभी नेता लोग हैं। हमें सोचना चाहिए, रथ के 9 घोड़े हैं, एक सारथी होना चाहिए, तब वो रथ ठीक चलता है, नहीं तो इधर उधर चल जाने की चांस। सोचना चाहिए। मैं अपील करता हूं एज वन ऑफ द सीनियर लीडर ऑफ द मूवमेंट कि इस पर बात कीजिए, देखिएगा मजबूती आएगी, मजबूती आएगी। हम अपने मांगों को और मुद्दों को और ठीक तरीके से लड़ पाएंगे। आप लोग जो इतने हमारे आमंत्रण पर आए, प्राय सब AIBEA के लीडर्स, मैं एज ए प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ AIBEA आप लोगों को धन्यवाद देता हूं और अप्रिशिएट करता हूं कि आपने हमारे यहाँ आकर मूल्यवान वक्तव्य रखकर हमारी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत शक्ति प्रदान की है। इन शब्दों के साथ मैं अपने वाणी पर विराम देता हूं और आशा करता हूं यूनाइटेडली हम लोग और आगे बढ़ेंगे। 80 साल AIBEA आया है आगे, और आने वाले दिनों में भी मजदूरों की लड़ाई लड़कर, कर्मचारियों की लड़ाई लड़कर हम और मजबूत होकर सामने आएंगे, यही हमारा विश्वास है। इनकलाब जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद, यूनाइटेड फोरम ऑफ बैंक यूनियंस जिंदाबाद, दुनिया के मजदूर,
Comrade, tomorrow, program will start by 9. There's a blood donation camp. One comrade, Ishwar Rao, he will be the first donor. He is going to give for the 95th occasion. 95th time he will give. Thereafter, from Karnataka Bank, to mark 80th anniversary, 80 people are going to give blood. Thereafter, all of us, delegate observers, anybody can give blood tomorrow morning 9 o'clock. Then there will be a group photo by drone. Tomorrow the uniform dress code is there, red color shirt or whatever, red dress. And so for that the comrades have to come in advance. The buses will be there from 7 to 9, that's all. You can't come up to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. 7 to 9 buses will be there, so kindly come early. Because tomorrow whole day we have all these programs. We also have this special lecture. That speech will be very good. Bakshi is going to speak. He is the secretary of the Indian Association for Lawyers, which was founded by V.R. Krishnaiyer, P.N. Bhagavati, Chinnappa Reddy, all these stalwarts. So from that he is going to come and speak. And there will be other honoring our former leaders, etc. So kindly, all of you come by 9 o'clock so that we can start the program. Breakfast, of course, will be ready from 7:30. And with this now, I would request Comrade Ram Babu, Secretary of the AIBEA, to propose a vote of thanks for this function. Thank you. And registration. This time we have again done online registration for the delegates. Out of 3,200 odd, about 2,700 people have already registered. Still some 300, 400 people have not registered. Tonight, up to that you can register. You have to do it only in your mobile phone. After that, tomorrow we'll close the shop because we have to process it. So those who have not registered online, please register. Of course, biodata form has been given. That you can fill up and give it to the reception committee tomorrow. Okay, Comrade Ram Babu.
Comrades, this wonderful, memorable and historical inaugural session is coming to an end now. Right from the morning, from 9 o'clock onwards, you are all here. Comrade General Secretary has presented the report also, what we have done, what we have achieved, what we are going to do, all these things right from the morning we have discussed. That is our in-house discussions. But our well-wishers have been invited by us, all-time friends for us. They have also expressed their opinion about our activities. They have also informed all of us what are the activities to be undertaken in future. This will definitely give us a new direction. After the 4 days are over, naturally we will jump into actions against the government decisions, whatever it may be. Today we are completing 80 years of glorious existence of All India Bank Employees Association. Tomorrow we are celebrating the 80 years contribution. Whole day we will be memorizing and recollecting the contributions of our past leaders. So today, on our invitations, the elderly people, intellectuals, and our own friends in United Forum, they've all spoken here. Unfortunately, the Labour Minister could not come, but he has already communicated his greetings to us. On behalf of all of us. I really thank Sri Santosh Lad, Labour Minister of Karnataka, for his valuable communication to us, even though he was not present here, but the support morally what he has extended is really benefited to us. Then coming to Professor Babu Matthews, all-time friend to all of us. He has been talking to us, not now, I have been watching him for the last more than 20-25 years. Every time he touches so many aspects to us and guides us what to do in future and sharing the lot of experiences to us. He's an intellectual man and a progressive thinking man, and being the chairman of the reception committee, he has already given a very wonderful address to us. Sir, we are very much thankful to you. You have accepted